If you've ever had to resist writing something in freshly poured concrete, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks, and welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook, where we close the week out strong here on Friday. In fact, it is Friday, November 14th. We're going to cover some news. Bitcoin is sinking. VIX is elevating. We're going to break it all down. We should be able to find some relative strength trades here today. Of course, we have Mark Petrino and Anne-Marie. Should be a fun Friday ahead of our weekend. And this is one weekend closer to Thanksgiving. I can't wait. I hope you all have fun Thanksgiving plans on deck. Benzinga's pre-market playbook for Friday, November 14th, 2025 begins right now. Good morning and welcome back, everybody. Great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here. I hope that you all had a wonderful rest of your Thursday night. We are back for another episode here on Friday to close the week out strong. Marty is first again. Way to go, Marty. Second day of Red Ride My Seesaw. Hope it doesn't last too long. Marty, I can actually build you a case where maybe it won't last too long. We will take a look at that when we cover the SPY chart. Now, I can't make any promises on what the market's going to do here today, but let me show you what I'm seeing in the charts. I have a view here that you might like, and we'll see how it shakes out here today. So we got some stuff on deck. Marty, it's good to see you. Welcome back. Peter, happy Friday. Good morning, Peter. Good to see you again. I didn't get whatever image you were trying to send me yesterday. It was just the email with no image attached. So shoot that over again if you still need help. Cad Monkey, good morning. Good to see you. Welcome back. EKS, good morning. EKS highlighting Bitcoin, which broke 100,000. Bitcoin futures actually sitting at 95K right now. Maybe we should take a look at the Bitcoin chart too. Get an idea of where Bitcoin might be going, where the possible buy spots are. I have a thought on that. You know what? Producer, remind me if my goldfish brain forgets. Let's review the crypto chart as well. I'm talking about reviewing Bitcoin. If you folks want to look at any other crypto chart like Ethereum or Solana and all of that, I don't have that charted out, but I would be happy to take a look at that and maybe add some more drawings there, because I think if this sell-off continues, I think there might be some buying opportunities for it. We'll see. We'll see how you all feel. Courtney Nicole, excuse me. Good morning. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Brian, good morning. Welcome back. Stayed up late to watch my Jets lose. Wouldn't recommend. So, Brian, it's interesting. The first touchdown, Jets scored first and took the lead. And I was like, man, the spread was like 12.5. The game ended up finishing 13 points. How does Vegas do it? LOL. But I was watching that and I was like, man, these Jets fans, like, they might be happy. This might be a close game. And it was for a little bit. And then all of a sudden it wasn't. So I'm sorry about that, Brian, but I will say that team didn't quit and they didn't look embarrassing. They just looked like they went up against a better team. So no reason to hang your head, man. Things will turn around and you got a war chest of picks. Good morning. Welcome back. Happy Friday. Crimp Biscuit, good morning. Welcome back. Whisk, good morning. Welcome back. Ezra, excuse me. Good morning. Welcome back. Neville, it's great to see you as always. Big Dave, good to see you again. Yes, that girl. Awesome to see you again. Seahorse, welcome back. Kimmy, welcome back. Good to see you. Neville, good to see you. Welcome back. Kelly, welcome back. Lombardo Trades, welcome back. Dan, welcome back. Zach, good to see you. Born to be Free. I know Born to be Free was not happy about watching those Patriots win yesterday. I know that. Welcome back, Born. It's good to see you. Kimo Sabi. Oh, that's a funny name. Top of the morning. Happy Friday. Right back at you, Slick. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Dirkus, good morning. Welcome back. James, good morning. Welcome back. It's good to see you again, James. Bernhard, welcome back. Johnny, good to see you as always. Welcome back. JJ, welcome back. Nasir, welcome back. My girlfriend called today. Her name is Margin. That's actually not bad. Hopefully you didn't answer. Anyway, Smita, good morning. Welcome back. I like this. Market is in correction mood. Good buying opportunity. Smita, we have been waiting for a buyable market correction. When we go over the SPY chart here, we'll see if we're at a buyable spot. I definitely want to get your opinion. I'm going to ask Mark Petrino the same thing. And I'm sure Mark Petrino is going to review some things other than the actual price chart that might help us make a decision. So that's what we're going to find out here today. Abia, good morning. Welcome back. Day Trader, good morning. Welcome back. Day Trader, what do you think about charting out some cryptos? And what do you think of overall about the crypto pullback? Buying opportunity in some? Do we have to wait a little bit more? I think your favorite is going to be Solana. You'll have to let me know when we take a look at that. Sam, good morning. Welcome back. Dara, good morning. Jonathan, good morning. Lion Atlas, good morning. Rooster, locked in. Good to see you again, boss. HP Darkside Hemi. God, I love that name. I hear like a big V8 roaring in my head and it makes me smile. Good morning. Welcome back. Get to the choppa. Good morning. Welcome back. Just some guy in Tennessee. Good morning and welcome back. Catherine, good morning. It's good to see you again. Hey, Day Trader opened up SPY puts 671. We talked about a lot of those key levels. We went right to the 50-day. That's what we're going to look at here today. Nice register ring to start the day for Day Trader. Let's effing go. Yassine, good morning. Welcome back. Tyler, good morning. Unpopular Truth, good morning. Alex, good morning. Best Life, good morning. Nathan, good morning. Kevin, Robot to Trade, just passing through, good morning. Free Diddy tomorrow. No thanks, but good morning. Welcome. Big Bear Hug, good morning. Who am I missing here? Captain Cloudy, good morning. And Jonathan, good morning. Bitcoin, last two corrections were 32%. Bitcoin could go to 85K area. Jonathan, that is exactly the type of stuff that I wanted to discuss and look at today. Cheers to you. We're definitely going to do that. Can you tell that I have some energy here on Friday? I obviously got enough sleep last night. HK Matt, good morning. Welcome back. Let's get started here with our stock market today. All right, futures under pressure here today ahead of Friday's open. S&P futures down 0.95%, Dow futures down 0.62%, and the NASDAQ futures down 1.4%. Let's take a look at some cues from last session. Sectors recording the biggest losses on Thursday included consumer discretionary, information technology, and communication services, as most S&P 500 segments closed negative. Energy stocks, however, bucked the overall market trend, to close higher. Excuse me. Let's go back up to the top of this real quick. This came despite the government reopening, and I just want to pause here. Big time shout out for our morning crew and our afternoon crew for really kind of sniffing out that the actual reopening likely to be the sell the news event. You got that yesterday, and you got some more continuation today. Hats off to you. Pat on the back. That was a good trade. This came despite the government reopening, as the Trump administration stated that two of the most vital inputs for the Federal Reserve would not be released. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said, quote, all of that economic data released will be permanently impaired, leaving our policymakers at the Federal Reserve flying blind at a critical period, end quote. Meanwhile, despite November being the best performing month for the NASDAQ 100, the index was down 3.34% month to date. Since 1985, the index has averaged gains of 2.64, closing higher 70% of the time. Remember, we also did not see the seasonality that we traditionally see in September and October. Perhaps November is on that same track. The 10-year Treasury bond yielded 4.13%, and the 2-year bond was at 3.58%. We do have some stocks in focus here today. The first one is going to be Warner Brothers Discovery, ticker WBD. That rose 3.34% as Comcast, ticker CMCSA, and Netflix, ticker NFLX, and Paramount prepare bids for Warner Brothers Discovery acquisition. You'll have to let me know if anyone is actually trading this and holding this for the buyout. The second stock on our list here is New Holdings. This is ticker NU. That gained 2.98% after reporting better than expected earnings and adding 4.3 million new customers during the third quarter across Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia. Globant, ticker GLOB, fell 3.31% after reporting downbeat earnings for the third quarter. Its earnings of $1.53 per share missed analyst consensus estimates of $1.54 per share, but sales of $617.14 million beat the estimate of $615 million. Applied Materials, ticker AMAT, that declined 4.82% despite better than expected fourth quarter financial results for fiscal 2025, as its China revenue tumbled as part of its total sales. The last stock on our list here is Fluent. This is ticker FLNT, and it dropped 6.93% after it reported worse than expected third quarter financial results. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at those charts here really quickly regarding the crypto, and I'll probably come back to this one too. I think it's time to wait. This could be very ugly considering the possible retracements of 50 to 75%. This is kind of what I wanted to get at. You're pretty much already getting there. I'll update some long-term charts this weekend. Okay, well, we'll start the process here by taking a look at some of those charts. Jonathan, I appreciate the mention here about the area that you think. That's kind of what I want to start generating some areas here that might be tradable bottoms. We'll do that here in a little bit. We're going to start with the SPY chart, though, and here we go. The key levels that we have been talking about for what feels like multiple weeks now are coming back into play. Yesterday, with the down move here, we lost the 20-day moving average, we lost the downtrend line, and we lost the previous all-time high breakout level of 672.99 or 673. Today, in the pre-market, as mentioned, we're a little bit weak here and we're gapping beneath the 50. But this is what, Marty, this is what I was referencing during the open there. Look at the last time that we did this. The last time that we fell through the 20, we had a pretty, I guess, relatively speaking, we had a pretty big down candle. The very next day, we actually went lower, continued lower, peaked beneath the 50, and then traded right back up and closed above it. So what I would be looking at here today, and we won't know until the end of the session, maybe till the end of the session, do we get the same type of deal here? Are we able to have buyers step in and maybe get us back above this moving average? If so, we might have something similar to what we had here on November 7th. That was actually last Friday, literally a week apart. This is what we're going to be watching today. No guarantee, because this happened last Friday, there's no guarantee it's going to happen this Friday, but at least looking at the chart and seeing what happened last time, this gives us an idea of where we might go. Furthermore, if I back this out a little bit, you can see that the volume point of control, pretty much going back to August, the end of August, is this 663. So I think right there, we can kind of estimate that 663 might act as support here today. We're currently at 665.5 here in the pre-market. Other than that, I think one of the other downside levels we'd be looking at here, 656. Now, I don't know if we get there today. I feel like if we do trade into that handle or near that low, or even the low from October 10th, which was what? 652.84. Again, 653 really seems to be that next downside spot. I don't know if we get there today, but this is definitely some of the things we're going to be watching. It's also honorable mention there. The 100-day moving average is at 650.75. So we'll see which way we end up going. Now, before I forget, because I likely will forget, let's just go ahead and go right over to the crypto chart. We're going to start with the Bitcoin chart. This, to me, drives the bus. All right, Bitcoin here, we are basically right at this trend line. This trend line is something we have been discussing for a while, we have discussed multiple times as we've come back in and tested that trend line. It originates on or about mid-October of 2023. And you can see it has supported Bitcoin when it has fallen back or traded sideways since that period. Here we are, we find ourselves basically right on this trend line. Now, some of the comments that you folks were making earlier about we should probably wait this out, it might be a little bit more bloody. If that's the case, I think one of the things that we can do is probably just extend this area out in the chart. This was a previous support that also acted as resistance. And then when we broke through it, we didn't quite get a nice clean back test of it, but we did kind of stall a little bit before we took the next leg higher. So I would say that levels here for Bitcoin, we're currently on 95,000 thereabouts, maybe plus or minus 200. That's going to be the support level. We are literally testing that right now. If we look inside here, I hope this chart shows it like my other one does. Yeah, look at this. So we traded down to the trend line. We tried to bounce here. My first question is this actually going to hold, or are we going to roll back over and snap this? To day traders' point about maybe we should wait this out. Maybe this isn't the right buy spot, but you can see that the price is clearly trying to be supported by that. We'll see if it ends up holding up here today. Beneath that, I think this area might come into play. The way I have it marked off now, just for numerical values, let's call it 90,000 on the top end of that range and 85,000 on the bottom end of that range. Jonathan, this actually lines up pretty well with your spot that you just gave me. Bitcoin, last two corrections were 32%. Bitcoin could go to the 85K area. That puts us right in this spot. That is very, very clearly an important spot from previous price action. And this actually was earlier this year and the end of last year. So, Jonathan, I think you're spot on with that. I don't know if it's going to hold, or I don't know if this spot's going to hold. If not, maybe we do go down to that 85K. Day trader, not to put you on the spot, I know that you offered to do some more long-term charting this weekend, but what do you think about this range of 85 to 90K? Is that a possible buy spot? Would you still want to wait out more? And if you want to punt on that until you actually do some more in-depth charting, I understand. When we can take a look at some other cryptos as well, like Ethereum and Solana, maybe a little bit later. Maybe we could even ask Mark Petrino about that. Let me roll through some of the news here first, then we'll get back into looking at the things that you folks want to take a look at. Some insights from analysts. We're going to start with our friend Scott Wren, Senior Global Market Strategist at Wells Fargo, who describes the current environment as a K-shaped economy. I believe Kathy has been saying this too a number of times in the past couple of weeks here, which illustrates a, quote, bifurcated consumer landscape, end quote. He notes that while high-income consumers have benefited from rising assets, low-income households are being squeezed by high prices, softening wage growth, and weak job growth. Looking forward, Wren is optimistic, stating, quote, we think there may be a reversal as the trends converge for a better economy in 2026, end quote. He sees tailwinds from potential tax cuts, deregulation, and lower interest rates, and growth in small business hiring, which should help improve the bottom leg of the K. For the stock market, Wren believes these same trends will drive efficiencies that increase profit margins, earnings, and equity prices in 2026. He specifically points to investment opportunities in technology-related trends such as artificial intelligence and data centers. Huge call there, right? Just kidding. Consequently, he advises investors to retain exposure to the AI theme and rates that financial sector as the most favorable, alongside favorable ratings in industrials and utilities. That actually reminds me, CNBC had a guest on this morning. I cannot remember her name. I actually do feel bad about it. She's been on a few times. But one of the things that she was saying is that there's a lot of comparisons from like the internet bubble to where we're at now. She doesn't really see it. She listed a number of things like wage growth, savings, people's asset levels. She listed a whole bunch of things. I don't have the list in front of me, and I will try and go back and find that clip because it was really good. But one of the things that she was saying is that people that are talking about bubbles are actually looking at this AI thing wrong. This is actually going to help quite a bit, including the lower leg of the K. So there's some mixed feelings here about whether or not this is a bubble or the AI trade is a bubble. And it looks like Scott is kind of saying the same thing here, basically saying, invest in AI, right? Stay long in the AI theme, retain your exposure to the AI theme. And we talked yesterday on Happy Hour. Yeah, there's likely to be some consolidation in the AI theme too. Some of these companies aren't going to work. Some of them are going to get bought. Some of them are going to continue to trade. It's just how it goes. But the AI theme clearly looks to power ahead in 2026. And if we do get some of the tax stuff or the deregulation stuff, that should be positive for markets as well. It was not Leslie Picker. I would never forget who Leslie Picker is. Leslie Picker is awesome. And I'll just leave it at that. Upcoming economic data. U.S. retail sales and PPI data will be delayed despite the government reopening. Well, hopefully that won't last for too long here. Kansas City Fed President Jeff Schmid will speak at 10:05, and Dallas Fed President Lori Logan will speak at 2:30. All right, let's go dive in here to the flying blind comment. The longest government shutdown in U.S. history is set to end within hours, but it's already left a lasting scar on the economy's data map since two of the most vital inputs for the Federal Reserve won't be released. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt took the data blackout as an opportunity to pass the blame. Here you go, folks. Democrats permanently damaged the federal statistical system with October CPI and jobs reports likely never being released. All of that economic data released will be permanently impaired, leaving our policymakers at the Federal Reserve flying blind at a critical period. It's worth noting that the Trump administration has sought to reorganize some of these statistical agencies, such as the Bureau of Labor Statistics, sparking bipartisan concerns of the politicization of economic data. Dun, dun, dun. The timing Couldn't be more sensitive. The Federal Open Market Committee meets December 17th and 18th, and expectations for what the Fed will do are still quite open. And in fact, producers, should we run a poll here about what our local group thinks about a cut in December? Maybe we should do that. Maybe let's throw up a poll. Do we get a cut in December? Yes, no. And maybe take away the not sure. Maybe don't give people an out this time. Let's make them say yes or no. Pause or cut. According to Peter Williams, analyst at 22V Research, we'll first see a wave of September and third quarter data likely released in stages over the next 2 to 3 weeks. Quote, we will get the September and Q3 data fairly promptly, likely done by Thanksgiving or shortly thereafter, end quote. That includes delayed retail sales, personal income, and eventually third quarter GDP, which is still expected to show a strong 3 to 4% annualized growth rate. However, the fourth quarter economic data is where the real hit lands. The shutdown's direct economic drag, missed wages, frozen benefits, delayed spending, is likely to shave 0.75% to 1% off fourth quarter GDP growth. That drop may reverse in the first quarter of 2026, but it creates a temporary dent at a very fragile moment. Quote, catching up will take time and could still limit data availability for the December Fed meeting, end quote. Still, private sector activity appears resilient. Private final demand will be much less impacted and should keep chugging along at or just below its recent 2.5% trend. Retail spending held up through October. We actually talked about that here. There were quite a bit of retail stocks that actually looked like they were doing pretty well relatively, especially if you compared them to some of the AI names that were pulling back, or the quantum names for that matter. Retail spending held up through October, according to bank earnings and Redbook data, and jobless claims remain stable. So here's what the coming weeks will look like. This is according to Williams. The September data starts arriving next week, including payrolls, retail sale, and personal income. These will likely be wrapped up by early December. That was the Thanksgiving date that he gave. The October data, partial and delayed. The CPI and the PCE inflation numbers are not expected to be published. Quote, probably for the best we don't get it, end quote. Williams said that he would have heavily imputed the CPI print. The November data may trickle in slowly, but won't all be ready before the FOMC meeting. The November employment report, scheduled right before the Fed's decision, could be delayed a little, he noted, and even if published, unclear if it will have household survey attached. Quote, by mid-December, we are likely largely caught up with the delayed data and schedules return to normal post-Fed meeting, end quote. Until then, expect noise, delays, and ambiguity. And given what we saw, where we're at in the charts, indeed, this is a critical time for that. As of Thursday, the CME Fed Watch tool shows a 65% chance for a December rate cut, which would be the third consecutive move lower. And this is why I want to do the poll here. I want to compare our poll to the CME Fed Watch tool, to maybe the prediction markets at Polymarket or Kalshi, and just kind of see where we're at, see what people think about this. Still, it's not guaranteed. Williams said the underlying economic narrative remains strong on spending and soft but steady-ish on labor, offering the Fed just enough to justify patience if it chooses. The only thing that's clear, it will be a hectic month. Oh yeah, by the way, we got Thanksgiving this month and Christmas next month. Make sure you get your shopping lists and your gifts all squared away. I've already started, by the way. Okay, let's see. We still got time. Oh, we do have time. All right, let's talk about Alex Karp. Palantir Technologies CEO Alex Karp fiercely defended the company's operations and criticized those who have been skeptical of its valuation. Well, I guess I do fit into that one. Now, as Alexa kindly pointed out earlier this week, Ryan 1, Alex Karp 0. I kind of want to hang that on my wall, to be honest with you. But slow down, Mr. Karp. Ryan's all done with his short. I just took a little bit of that. I'm all out Palantir short now. Kind of wish I wasn't, as Palantir continues to pound the lows here in the pre-market down there at 163. Karp spoke at the sidelines of the Yahoo Finance Invest conference on Thursday, where he took a strong stance against the company's valuation critics. He challenged the analyst who had rated Palantir stock at a sell at 6, 12, and 20. If you want to talk about a victory lap, holy smokes, accusing them of pushing regular Americans out of a major tech success story. I want to shout out one of my teammates here. I didn't get permission, so I'm not going to use their name. But I will say that there were a number of folks here, including one that said, you know what? We were talking a lot about Palantir, the noise, all of that. It's been an ongoing discussion. And they said, I still believe that long-term, this company is going to play a huge role in the United States and defense. And I'm going to take a chance at this, and I'm going to add some long-term in my IRA account. And I think that ad was down near 20. And as far as I know, this person still has some, and it's up here at 165. So shout out to what he's saying here, and shout out to a couple of our team members who ignored the noise and said, no, I'm going to be a part of this American tech success story, and it is paying them, and that's very, very happy to see. I know there are a lot of you that did the same thing here with Palantir. We talked about this at pretty much every stage of it moving up, despite its valuation concerns. In fact, there was a period here where we were dealing with a troll on a daily basis, calling people that were long on Palantir Palantirians and saying that they were going to lose all of their money. Well, of course, that never happened. In fact, the opposite happened. And so just really, really proud. I know there's a lot of noise out there. I criticize some of it too. I'm part of it sometimes. It is what it is. But this really just goes to show you, if you have really strong conviction in something, the noise surrounding that really doesn't matter all that much, especially if you do your due diligence. Anyway, rant over. He said that in his view, Palantir is one of the only companies where the average American invested while more sophisticated investors stayed on the sidelines or sold. Karp also pushed back against critics who label Palantir a surveillance tool, calling them parasitic and saying that they misunderstood both the product and the country that made it possible. Karp's argument pivots on the idea that Palantir software is designed for the everyday American worker and the military, not for surveillance bureaucrats. He emphasized that the company's technology is intended to improve the lives of people in various professions and to bolster the country's defense capabilities. Karp also linked Palantir's success to patriotism, suggesting Silicon Valley only pays attention to the ideas that generate profit. Quote, not only was patriotism right, the patriotism will make you rich. And I do like this quote a lot, because I actually, in my own life, with my own boots on the ground, I see this as being true. The CEO also said he takes joy in picturing wealthy bank executives stuck in old cars while workers without elite backgrounds drive beautiful Teslas bought from profits with Palantir. Boy, he is just pulling out the shaker and salting them up on that. Absolutely love it. That's some strong energy for sure. Karp's defense of Palantir's operations come in the wake of a significant drop in the company's stock price, despite the company reporting better than expected quarterly results. Karp attributed this drop to market manipulation by short sellers. Stop me if you've heard that before. Particularly calling out Michael Burry, who has recently revealed bearish positions against Palantir amid valuation concerns. However, Wedbush's Dan Ives, who we still want to get on here, come on, Dan, if you're listening, come on and talk to us about tech and what we can expect in 2026. Wedbush's Dan Ives criticized Burry and called his move on Palantir, quote, dead wrong, end quote. However, on Thursday, Michael Burry clarified that his recent put option bet against Palantir cost $9.2 million, not the incorrectly reported $912 million. What's a couple of zeros? Who cares? Explaining that he bought 50,000 contracts at $184 each, covering 100 shares apiece and expiring in 2027 with a $50 strike price. Karp describes the company's third quarter performance as arguably the best results that any software company has ever delivered. In the interview with Yahoo, Karp slammed the valuation critics and said, "How often have you been right in the past?" I will say, I mean, whether you agree with this guy or you don't agree with this guy, this stuff is fun. This guy gives zero Fs. He is going to go at people. And it makes for some fun discussions here about the stock, and makes for some fun trading as well. All right, folks, we're going to keep the fun rolling here on a Friday by bringing in one of our favorite guests. I was trying to do all that alliteration with F, but did the best I could. Let's go ahead and bring on Mark Petrino and see how he's doing. Mark, good morning. Happy Friday, boss. How you up?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
I'm doing really good. Mark, you'll be happy to know I got a question after last week. Someone emailed me and said, "Hey, how can I follow Mark more?" And I thought to myself, I was like, "Gosh, don't we often say this?" And then I realized, I might have been dropping the ball. I might have been dropping the ball. So, folks, Mark Petrino, this is how you can follow him. The web address to his Substack, which you should absolutely go subscribe to, is on the screen here. Mark Petrino, cmt.substack.com. Producer also put that link in the chat and pinned it. So, Mark, we did our due diligence here.
Right.
Everyone watching should go follow Mark. Good to
I
have
guess drinks on me when we play golf together. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you on that one.
I think it's so ridiculous when these people start blaming short sellers about things. It's sour grapes, right? It's like a lot of short selling. People don't understand this, but a lot of short selling is actually good for a stock because every share that has been shorted eventually needs to be bought back, right? So a lot of these CEOs that are out there and they're whining and complaining because their stock price is crashing, and it's like, oh, it's the short sellers, oh, it's the short sellers. Well, a lot of times it's because your company's losing a lot of money. That's why it's going down. So I don't know. It is like you said, though, it is quite entertaining to watch.
So I'm amused by it. I recently had a synthetic Palantir short. I basically bought the inverse ETF that was levered because I was just trying to play a pullback since the chart is so extended. So I had some fun with it. Several of the chatters here had some fun with it. I'll say from a distance, it's easy for me to have fun with it when I don't have $100 million position in Palantir. So that's, I understand that there are some people in a different situation than myself, but I'm just of the mindset we should just have some fun with this. Alex Karp makes me laugh, and so that's a positive for me.
Yeah. So, all right, I guess I'll share my screen.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to start here with a question again, mostly because I've got a goldfish memory and I don't want to short our supporter Izzy here. Izzy says, Ryan, ask Mark if this is a hands-off market right now, or should we be looking for dips?
Well, that is what I can start looking at right here. So it's important to remember that this sell-off is really mostly contained to Amazon and Tesla, which are in the consumer discretionary sector, and then tech. A lot of these other sectors are holding up just fine. Like, for example, if we look at the healthcare sector, what I'm looking at here is the ETF that tracks it. So, the money's that coming out of tech is going somewhere, and this is one of the places it's going. So here's our healthcare. Also, consumer staples look pretty good. This is our consumer staples. Mm-hmm. This is a really good chart for a lesson here. You got some classic stuff going on here. Here's your classic ascending triangle pattern. And the reason why these patterns are pretty reliable and they're bullish, and you got to understand what's going on here, right? It's not just a matter of looking at a chart and saying, oh, this looks like that pattern or this looks like that pattern. It's a matter of understanding the trading action that manifests itself as a chart pattern on a chart or as a pattern on a chart. So here in the ascending triangle pattern, the sellers are basically hanging out here around 75. Their mindset is, all right, well, if the buyers come, I'll sell, but if not, I don't really care. In the same time horizon, as time is going by, the buyers are coming in at higher prices. They're getting more aggressive. You can tell that because the valleys form at higher levels than the previous valleys. This is what traders call higher lows. So the ascending triangle pattern is a graphical illustration of aggressive buyers and complacent sellers. So that sets the stage for a move higher. Now you have what I call the conversion here. A lot of times when you get above a resistance level, before you start to move higher, what was resistance becomes support. And this is because we have some of the people who sold regret doing so when the price goes higher. And they say, I'm going to buy my shares back if I can get them at the same price I sold them at. So the sellers from here who are remorseful are placing buy orders here. And that makes the resistance become support. So then we fast forward to here. This is January. Market goes into a big sell-off, and where does it find support? The same level that was support here before. Mm-hmm. So people who sold here experience the same thing. They sell and the price goes higher. And a lot of them say, if I could buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I will. So when we return to that level, it becomes support. Same thing happened here. This is April. And now we just got down to there, like with literally within a point, and this has rallied. Now for the technology sector, I'm going to bring up the technology sector ETF here. It's trading like right here this morning, right around 280. The bottom here is around 278 or has been. So we're getting pretty close to a support level. So if that holds, we look for a rebound. If it breaks down, I mean, I think things are going to get pretty hairy.
Mm-hmm.
They already are in the sector, but that's kind of the key here, is to just watch what does the XLK do. Does it hold the support, or does it rally, or does it break out? It's probably not going to go sideways for too long. When these things get to these important price levels, they tend to move off of them pretty quickly. They either reverse or they break through. So
are you pretty much under the impression that there's just rotation going on?
yeah, I mean, I think it's some long overdue profit taking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's anything more than that. But yeah, it's just a little rotation. The stuff's coming out of tech. It's going into other things. Silver, gold are each back on fire again.
Mm-hmm. So do you think that this is a time for maybe investors to be on the sidelines, rotate, prepare for dip? What do you think the environment is for like the retail guy?
I think what you should do is stay on the sidelines and see how this technology sector acts.
Okay.
Right? How does it navigate this
Okay.
278 level? And we'll know pretty soon, if not today, Monday or Tuesday. And that'll probably tell us where the market's going to go for the next week or two.
Okay.
If the tech sector holds and starts to rally, then the broad market will probably move higher over the next week or two. If it breaks down, you can vice versa. The whole market will probably follow it down. But the important point is that we're going to be right there. So it's like we're at a crossroads. It's just a matter of which way is it going to go. We just got to wait and see. And once it becomes clear, well, then that's when we can take position ourselves for it.
Okay, great. That actually should answer several questions that the viewers had here about rotation, what to do, all of that. Mark, that's great stuff.
Yeah, a lot of times in the institutional equity world, if you're a money manager or a hedge fund or a mutual fund and you're hired to manage equities, your clients want their money in the stock market.
Right.
If you're the main clients of the big funds or the big hedge funds are pension plans. So the pension plans are really the top of the food chain. And if a pension manager decides, all right, I want 10% of my pension in cash and 20% in stocks, well, they're going to go out and they're going to find someone to manage their cash. They're going to go out and find someone to manage their stocks. And they would tell the equity manager, look, man, you can't be, say, more than 5% cash because we got someone else managing cash. If you get too heavy, you're going to overweight our portfolio, and we don't want that. So the managers are forced to buy something. They can't just go to cash like a retail investor could.
Okay, that's really good. That's really valuable stuff. Did you have anything else that you wanted to go over, or should we start taking tickers?
Yeah, I'll answer some questions.
All right.
Fire away.
Let's start with some of the big ones. We can actually just start here with tech. Let's start with CoreWeave, CRWV. This thing's made a huge move lower. I think down like 30% from its highs like recently. And so I know there's a lot of talk here. We actually discussed this yesterday on Happy Hour, frankly. Is this a buy area here? It does look like by this chart that we basically just broke a possible support area and we might be hunting for a new one. What do you see here with CoreWeave?
I mean, I think that this thing is it looks to me like it's going to keep falling. I mean, I
Feels
think
heavy.
you'd probably find, maybe I'd be looking for some support around here because there tends to be support at former resistance levels, but it's gapping down again this morning.
Yeah.
So there's no sign of any kind of rebound at all. So moves like this tend to have some follow through. So possible strategy here would be if we get down to here, right? And it looks like it's going to hold, you could watch the RSI. And if the RSI line, this momentum indicator, turns higher, that could be your trigger to get in. So being oversold and getting to an important level is like you're at a race and the starter has said on your mark, get set, but they haven't said go yet. The go would be when the reversal starts, and that could be indicated by the turning up of this RSI line. That's how I would look at this one.
Okay, that's as clear as it gets. So really good stuff there. Appreciate that. Similar, I mean, maybe not similar, but related or adjacent to CoreWeave here. Let's take a look at NBIS. This has been another show favorite, big winner, especially for those that were purchasing this below or around $20. What do we think here in NBIS? Oh, you've already got this charted with arrows drawn on it. I love it when a plan comes together, Mark.
Well, this arrow didn't work out. I guess I meant to draw it like that. Sorry.
Oh, okay. But now we're actually at that support level.
Yeah, well, we broke down here. So now here I would be looking for support again right here, former resistance level. And this is going to be oversold, and you could follow a similar kind of strategy as on the other one, as on the CoreWeave, is wait to see if it holds the support, and it's going to be oversold. It's at support. If it gets to support, those oversold conditions are going to draw buyers in. And then the support is a level where there's a lot of buy interest anyway. So it's kind of like a double whammy type thing. But the key is to wait for the reversal to start. A lot of people try to catch the bottom.
Yeah.
And, like I always say, there's an old saying that on Wall Street, the only people that can catch the bottoms and the tops are liars. So it's not about being perfect. It's about making money. So you don't care if you get the bottom or not, or the top. That's what they say about Steve Cohen. He doesn't get the first 10% or last 10% of a move, but he gets the 80% that's in between. So
you can make a good living on 80% of all the moves. That's for sure.
Yeah. $21 billion doesn't grow on trees or whatever it is he's worth, which probably a hell of a lot more than that. I think all these guys, when they talk about how wealthy they are, they always have more money hidden away somewhere.
Oh, their rainy day funds are substantial.
Hey, what do you think of the Patriots' new uniforms? You watched the game last night?
I did watch it. It's funny. My friend who's a Patriots fan, she said she really, really liked them. I think they're all right. I'll tell you what I really liked. That helmet was about as clean as it gets. That white helmet with the trim and the Patriot logo, I thought that looked spectacular. The Patriot uniform, it was all right, but I think I prefer the regular Navy one to that.
I like their old helmets with the Pat the Patriot guy. I think that new helmet looks like the emblem looks like it reminds me of like the post office or something,
So I got one for you. I like that you're talking about the old Patriot that's like on the line getting ready to snap the ball.
Yeah.
I like that one too. You know why? Because I have a lot of fond memories from watching the '85 Super Bowl where the Bears beat the Patriots brains in, and that was the helmet that they had along with the red jerseys. So I like that too, Mark. I'm with you on that one.
Okay, right. Well, I will counter by saying at least there's no such thing as the Patriot shuffle.
Fair enough. Although I actually still, if I looked hard enough, I might have to actually call my mom in for help because it might actually be at her house, not mine. But if I looked hard enough, I bet I could produce the Super Bowl shuffle on VHS. In fact, let me make a note for myself because just for nostalgic vibes, that would be something. Find the Super Bowl shuffle VHS. Now, I can't play it, Mark, because I don't have a VHS player, but maybe that'll be a collectible item one day. Okay. Let me get back to stuff. Mark, you put me in a real good mood. I was already in a good mood, and you amplified that here already. I do want to run through a couple because our chat is popping today. How about Hood? HOOD. The fridge was the best. Oh, I will take that comment to the bank. Wiz says Ryan showing his age on that one. Ryan I don't hide my age. I actually was told yesterday that I look younger than I actually am. It was like, I'll take this compliment. Sure.
All righty. Wow. What do we got here? Another big move lower. So I think the level to watch here is around 115. Now we're trading a little bit below it in the pre-market here, but selling is pretty aggressive. So a lot of times support levels are more choppy than resistance levels. But again, here I would say if we hold around 115, then you look for the potential reversal, same kind of a strategy. But if this support doesn't hold, I mean, I think this thing could probably, I mean, it's a principle of markets that if you move really quickly through price levels in one direction, and then you eventually get back to those same price levels going in the opposite direction, you can move quickly back through them. So if you've ever heard the expression gaps tend to refill, that's what that refers to. If something gaps one way and then we get back down to that gap or the price levels that were the gap coming the other way, there may not be a lot of buy interest in here. One of the main reasons why we get support in a market is because you have remorseful sellers trying to buy things back. Someone sells something at 10 and then it goes to 12 and they say if it gets back to 10 I'm going to buy it back. Now when you move really quickly or when you gap through price levels like this, you just don't have a lot of time for there to be this large collection of remorseful sellers who are going to be trying to buy on the way back down here. So there may not be a lot of buy interest in these levels, which means this thing could fall probably, where would I be looking here? I'd probably looking, I think my level, if this doesn't hold, I think we get down to here pretty quickly.
Okay. 100. That round 100 number, the psychological level down there at 100, that makes a lot of sense to me. That's actually a pretty good fall from where we're at there on Hood. Okay, I know we are running out of time here, but I have a couple more real good ones that I want to roll through, so I'm just going to be quick about it. Next one here is APLD. And this might be, Lion here said it in the chat, this actually might kind of mirror the movement of CoreWeave or trade very much like CoreWeave, kind of looks the same, but let's review this one real quick.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. It looks very similar. And in the pre-market, I mean, it's getting crushed. It's down 12% or 11%. So moves like this tend to have some kind of a follow through, but then they tend to get overdone. And that draws in the buyers when they get oversold. But you see, we can see an example of it here. What was resistance turns into support, right? That's that seller's remorse. Yeah. So by the same dynamic, there's a good chance that if this thing keeps going, it finds support around here, like around 1750 or 17 or so. I know that's a considerable ways down from where we are, but a stock like this can make a move like that. It's not uncommon for a stock like this to make these big moves like that. So that's the same thing as the other guys we were looking at. Look for them to get to support and see if they're going to reverse.
Okay, and right now, maybe there's a support in there around 20, but for the most part, it kind of looks like we're in no man's land on some of these. So I think your call to wait is probably the smart call to make.
I think a big thing to, any of these stocks.
This is what I was going to ask you to do next. You're reading my mind. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, any of these stocks that are Bitcoin related, Bitcoin looks like it's. I mean, I don't know if the one we were just looking at is. I'm not too sure of what they do, but anyway, yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is free fall territory here, down 5%. And again, now there was a little bit of action there, which is where we're trading right now. But if this doesn't hold, then the same thing we just talked about, when you have a really rapid move. So even you can see here, right? One of the reasons why we had this big move, this move was so rapid, is because if we go back here, we made a fast move up through it. Now, let's just say instead of it going like that, it went like that. All right. So it spent more time trading in here. Well, Bitcoin would probably still be down, but it would be going down a lot slower because there would be more people in here buying who had sold back here who regretted doing so when the price went higher. So so this is another thing that's at a pretty crucial level here. So I think if we break around, I don't know, 93, next stop could be down around 75.
Okay. And so 75, that's even a little bit more conservative than the numbers that we had already talked about. We talked about maybe 85,000 to 90,000 representing the next area. That would that's like a rectangle, almost like an area there that would carve out the, what is that? Looks like the beginning of 2025, the support area there. So we're kind of estimating, but I'll tell you what, Mark, what did you have there with the 72,000? What's that blue line, that last one down there, 76? I'll tell you what, we get down to 70, anywhere around 75. I'm probably going to be converting a little bit more fiat into crypto, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, that would be a pretty important price. It was resistance, and then it became support.
Yeah.
But markets go like staircases. All levels are not equal. So there's a good chance we hang out here. And then if this breaks, we make the next step down, and then we hang out there, and then we make the next step down. Some levels are not important. the market just blows like right through them, like they're not even there.
Yeah.
Other price levels we get to, and they're really important. It's where the trend changes.
Okay. All right. I didn't even have to ask you for Bitcoin. You just went to it automatically. That's phenomenal. How about Tesla?
Now, Tesla is yet another stock that's in a free fall, or it was as of yesterday.
Yeah, it's more today. It's actually beneath 400. Where was the close? What do you have for you have the closing price at 402?
Yeah.
Yep. And it is below 400, 380s now.
So here is where I'd be looking here, 365 or so. So the same thing, you can see it here, right? What had been resistance converts into support. So maybe what had been resistance here becomes support here. So that's around 365. So again, wait to see if it holds, and if it looks like it's going to reverse, then that's when you jump in. It's not just trying. You don't just say, all right, I'm going to buy it if it gets to 365. A better way to think about it is probably if it gets to 365 and then say goes to 367 or something along those lines, then I buy it, because you want to buy it on the way up, because it could get to support and it could break the support and just keep going down.
Or it could get to support, go lower, shake some folks out, and then reverse. And in that case, if you had waited for the reversal, you make yourself immune to that shakeout in the peak below.
Yeah, I think it's really important to remember that trading is not about precision. No one's going to get the exact bottom or the
That's
exact
right.
top. It's about letting the market tell you what to do. And if you're trading on a momentum style, you got to just kind of wait till the train leaves the station so you can figure out which way it's going. And if it's going in your direction, then you kind of run and jump on it.
Jump on it. Okay.
All right.
I will try and calm down. Were there any other stocks that you wanted to look at? I'm sure I could find one here from the chat.
Yeah, no, I'll keep
We're
you
doing
know
it.
what I
Yeah.
found interesting. We've talked about this before. Is have you been watching Trade Desk here?
Oh yeah.
Look at this. Talk about a nice long-term level here. So this is 43, we'll call it 42, and this is August of 20, June of 22, December of 22, March of this year, and then again in September, and now we're right at it. So I'm watching this for a potential reversal, because this would be a little bit oversold, I would say. Now, support is this large group of buyers, or it's a price level where there's a lot of buyers. Sometimes what happens is some of the buyers start to get impatient, and they start to sense that other buyers are coming into the market, and they don't want to miss the trade. They know the sellers are going to go to whoever is willing to pay the highest price. So someone might have been bidding 44 and they say, I don't want to miss this. I'm going to bump up to 45. Then someone else says, well, I'm going to go up to 46. And you get a snowball effect, which is why sometimes when we get to support, we rally. So I would be watching this for a potential move higher. But again, I wouldn't jump in until it starts to move, because this thing could break the support and just drop like a rock.
So as far as like actionable stuff here, when we take a look at some of these levels, maybe putting a limit order out there isn't the best plan. Instead, like for example, in Thinkorswim, maybe use your alert. Throw an alert out there to alert you when the price reaches that level. Now it's on your radar, and you can watch and wait to see if it actually holds that level, as opposed to getting filled and then checking back in on it and being like, oh man, it broke that level easily and went through it. So I know Anne Marie talks about using alerts a lot. Maybe that's something that we should focus on a little bit more too.
Yeah, absolutely. Ideally, what you'd like to do as a trader is to find a bunch of what I would call qualified candidates, like a bunch of things that are set up, right? That are oversold and at support or maybe breaking out. And then think about what your trigger is. And like, for example, say right here, if this stock got to say, I don't know, 44, let's call it, I would think maybe there's a chance this reversal has started. So yeah, you get an alert. Hey, TTD is at this price. And then let me go look at it. And assuming nothing has changed, then you go and you place your order.
Okay. Looks like we're already doing that. Born to be free. Yes, sir. Do it all the time, Ryan, in reference to alerts. Tara says, I use alerts too, a lot, to be honest. Okay. Good deal. All right. We got a couple more here. App would be one to take a look at, and then PayPal. Poor PayPal, man. That thing might, you know what? We should look at that because maybe there was a move lower there. Let's do app and PayPal.
Okay.
In any order. Doesn't matter.
All right, look at this. Now, where are we this morning? All right, so we're pretty much right.
We're beneath that. We're 64 here in the pre-market.
Yeah. So, all right. So here's another thing to pay attention to, because if this support breaks, we're going to be falling into the whole thing that we just talked about: fast move up,
Yep.
potentially fast move down. Here's a good example: make the fast move higher, and then you just reverse and come right back down.
And then it gave it to you like a week later. Look at that. It did 2 moves up to that 77.5 level. Just
Yeah, which was resistance back here.
yep.
But yeah, this is actually a good example of that. When something is in a range, there's just a lot more interest. When something goes like this, it's just there for such little time. You don't really have that many people who are going to have an interest. If it didn't trade at 72, there was no one who bought it or sold it there. So on the way back down, there's not going to be that many people who care about the stock at 72. But when we get back down into the range here where there was activity, look what happens. We're still selling, but we're not going as fast. But anyway, support is this large group of buyers, as we discussed. And if you get below the support and you break down, you can infer or assume that the people who created the support, the buyers, have either finished or canceled their orders. So breaking support is a graphical illustration of demand being taken out of a market. And like in any market, it's economics 101. If you take demand out of a market, it sets the stage for a move lower, because when the supply, meaning the sellers, come in, they're going to have a hard time finding buyers, and they're going to have to really lean on the price to get the buyers interested. And that pushes us into a downtrend.
Okay, I'll tell you what, we're going to need those buyers to step in today. Otherwise, it looks like we might be breaking this level.
What was
All right,
the
let's
other
do
one, app?
app. Yeah, APP.
Man, there are a lot of charts that look very similar.
Yes, there is. And I'm glad we're rolling through a lot of them here today.
Yeah, so here, around 510, I would say, same thing. We're really oversold. Potentially wait for. Now, this is kind of interesting. I'm saying it's oversold. Someone might be looking at the RSI and saying, like, Mark, the blue line is not below the red line. So I don't think it's oversold. Why do you think it's oversold? Well, it's a matter of the way this is constructed. The RSI measures where we are now to 14 time periods ago. So if you counted back, it would be measuring from here back to, say, here. It doesn't account for this really steep sell off. So this stock is oversold, and this morning it's trading there. So around 510, that's where I'd be looking for support. And again, wait for the reversal to start and then jump in. But
Okay.
yeah, there's definitely some ugly stuff going on in the tech sector this morning.
Yeah, no question. And I mean, that's why I'm glad you covered XLK here. We'll watch and see. Maybe we do get that pull down to that next support.
Yeah, yeah, like I said before, I think this is a good time to be on the sidelines and don't try to catch the fallen knife, because who knows how long this selling can go on. My guess is it's not going to be that long, but then again, I don't know. I'm not a psychic.
Yeah.
But I would say if we hold around above 278 today, Monday, Tuesday, and we start to move higher, then that's when you jump in. It's not just saying, all right, well, we're at 278, I'm going to go buy.
Wait for it to confirm. All right, one last one here. Natty Gas /NG.
Natural gas?
Yeah, /NG. So the actual futures ticker.
Let's see. All right, now here, again, this is pretty interesting. Got to a resistance level, and this just shows you, regardless of what people are trading, you see the same patterns, because patterns are graphical illustrations of the people that are trading. Whether you're trading natural gas or Bitcoin or a stock, people experience the same emotions. So here we've had a pretty kind of a bearish engulfing pattern reversal. If this thing starts to head lower and this doesn't really hold in here, then a way to trade this would be to buy this ETF here, KOLD. Now, this is designed to go in the opposite direction. Whoops. the opposite direction of natural gas by about twice as much. So, of course, if it goes against you, you're going to lose money twice as fast. But if natural gas starts to reverse and fall apart, this is going to really start to move higher. So if you don't trade futures, you can get exposure to a lot of the commodities in the ETF markets.
Okay.
All right,
Mark. Yeah, really good stuff here, man. You got any big plans for the weekend?
Do I have any plans for the weekend? Yeah, I'm going to motor vehicles tomorrow morning. How about that?
Motor vehicles, the DMV?
Yeah, my registration expired. I completely forgot about it. Yeah, so my registration expired, and I go down to the local DMV here in Stanford last week, and they're like, "Oh, well, we can't do this here. You got to go to the one in Norwalk." So yeah, so that's what I'm doing tomorrow morning.
Oh, that sounds like a whole bunch of fun, Mark. I will I'll send some positive vibes your way. Hopefully that's not so bad, but thanks
At
for
this
spending some time
DMV,
with us.
there is an illustration of everything that's wrong with the government. On the front door, there's a sign that says lunch hour, 12 to 1:30. So their hour is 90 minutes.
That's actually phenomenal. That's
All right,
actually
everyone.
phenomenal. All right, Mark, really good stuff. As always, enjoy your weekend, or try to.
Thanks for having me. I'll see you
All
next
right,
week, everyone.
always. Take care. And folks, be sure to follow Mark. I'll go ahead and throw up his here one more time. I think the producer pinned this, but we get asked all the time. This is how you can follow Mark. Go ahead, subscribe to his Substack. He does new content there all the time. History buff, which I absolutely love. I feel like there's not enough people that look at history, to be quite honest with you. But in any case, be sure to follow Mark Petrino. We're lucky to have him here on a Friday, and that was a really good sesh. I feel like we rolled through a lot of tickers right there. And I hope you're not done looking at tickers, because we got Mr. Ticker coming on now. 13, how you doing, boss?
Mr. Ticker.
I'm just coming up with stuff here. I am spicy, having a great morning.
All right. Well, hey, is everybody else having a great morning? Good morning, everybody. It's Mr. Ticker here. We're ready to look at some stocks. Let's go.
Let's go. Empyrean here. Good morning, Empyrean. It's good to see you again. Making pennies for 369 is also a good one. They're no longer making pennies, by the way. That is done. They minted or stamped their last ones. I did actually see a very interesting video, though. Evidently, they stamped the last 5 pennies with omega marks. So there are 5 pennies out there that were minted in 2025 that have a little omega mark on them. Now, I don't know if they're out in circulation and it's like a treasure hunt, but I saw an estimation that you might be able to sell those things for like millions.
If we find one, do we get to go to the mint factory?
I don't know. You can go to that.
I'm trying to make a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh, gotcha. I don't know. I just want the millions of dollars. So You can go to the mint factory, give me the millions, and we'll call it a day. But okay. Nathan says, because of this, we can no longer trade penny stocks.
So Nathan, we can trade it on paper.
Nathan, I absolutely love that comment, because I think that's like kind of like a subtle swipe, but also like a tie together from the show's theme. Very, very well done. Very, very well done. All right, 13. Let's go ahead and take a look. You want to start with the movers here today?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. We'll go over to the movers list here. The first one, super easy. There's no trade. Ticker CDTX is Sidera Therapeutics. Stock is up 105%. It is not a typo. This $104 stock is $217 today. I just have to know, did anyone have options on this? Did anyone have an open options position on CDTX? I did not, but man, oh man, when you see buyouts like this, oh my God, you could have 5 calls here and you just got a brand new Mercedes.
Not only that it was bought out, but who bought it out is important.
Okay, well, let me dive through it instead of gawking at the chart here. CDTX, Sidera Therapeutic shares are trading higher after Merck agreed to acquire the company for $221.5 per share in a deal that is $9.2 billion in cash. So 13, there's nothing for us to trade here on this one. Why is the Merck acquisition important?
Oh, because Lion and I, we've been big on this. We haven't talked. He and I haven't talked about them looking for mergers, but we in our happy hour group have been talking a lot about mergers. Just thought it was interesting that it's Merck who's actually doing the acquisition here. So it kind of makes me want to look a little bit more into CDTX to see what they're actually picking up.
Okay. Well, that's a good research project there. There's not a trade from this news.
No.
There's some research to do from this news. Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to the next one that may be tradable here today. Let's see. This is ticker IVVD, India Victor Delta. This stock was $1.74 yesterday. Looks like we tested 3 here, pulled back, recaptured the VWAP. Shares are trading higher on no news. The company did report better than expected Q3 financial results in November. What do you got?
I would think that the movement today that we're seeing is based off the 13D NG filings. That's the only thing that's happened. And you look through them. There's I think it's like a 4, almost 5% position that they're taking. I'm just going off memory. But in addition to that, there's also a 15% short interest with 5 days to cover. So this is also squeezing, I think. That's what I'm attributing the movement to. The filings and the short squeeze combination. Company has 160 million shares in the float, so it's kind of fantastic to see this moving with such a heavy share structure. Company
15% of the float shorted, 5 days to cover.
Yep. The company does look like they have 6 to 8 quarters worth of cash based on their current cash burn rate. So don't think that there's going to be any need for them to raise capital. We could just look at this, for trading. And right now we're coming up to a resistance area. We've been trying to get through this since we fell beneath it at 8 o'clock. The 275 area. This is an area we need to recapture. And if we do, then we're going to want to look towards the $3 level where we haven't seen any closes, but we have printed above it. So that would be the next couple of things we want to see. We just had a nice move up through the VWAP. So as long as that holds up as we approach the open, we're going to want to see that recapture of 275 and higher.
Okay. I've got VWAP 267, same in my broker as in TradingView here. Good stuff. IVVD. All right, next here we have XPON. That's XPON. This is XBeyond 360. This was about $1.20, $1.25 yesterday. We did trade up towards 190 here. Looks like they reported earnings, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go ahead and take a look here. Yeah, last night after hours, XBeyond 360, a 10-cent. They made 10 cents. That beat the 54-cent loss estimate. That's actually a pretty big beat there, given what's going on. Sales 2.39 million. That's up from 1.38 million year over year. Tell you what, 13 beat on the top and the bottom. This actually looks like a pretty good report for this stock. Quick peek at the short interest on this one. 7% of the float shorted, 7.1% with 1.54 days to cover. And on average, it trades 8 million shares. Today, it's traded 15 million. Float is just a scotch under 9 million. What do you think on this one?
Yeah, you pretty much nailed all of that with XPON. I did look at their finances. They did do a private placement capital raise last month. I don't think that's shown up in the financials tab for Pro. I don't think that particular quarter showed up. It does in the calendar. So great earnings beat, but I still get the sense that they could still raise cash. I don't know that it's going to be today or how far down the road they are, because I didn't really get a good sense without looking through their earnings report in detail what their cash position is. But I still think that eventually they're going to have to do that. It didn't seem like the private placement was enough to keep going without having to raise again. So with that being said, looking at the chart, we're trying to recapture the 65 EMA and the VWAP. I still get the sense that this could continue lower. We did have a lot of the big move happen in the pre-market already, but as long as we hold this support area down around 160, which we're almost down to, we might be able to turn around and we might be able to recapture VWAP. So I think with this one, I would wait to see what it does out of the open. Volume doesn't look as great as it did earlier in the pre-market. So unless that starts to expand or until we open, I think this is one that I would wait to see what it does. We're just kind of going sideways in the open right now.
Okay, and that's interesting. I know we're talking about a completely different type of stock here with one of these little movers, but when we were running through all those charts with Mark, one of the common themes that we saw, 13, is, you know what? Maybe we should wait. Maybe we should wait for things to confirm instead of trying to catch a falling knife, trying to front run moves that we think are going to happen. Looks like we're getting something similar here. Good stuff on that. Next here is going to be BCG. Bina Capital Group. Yesterday in the after hours, they popped up to 260. Today in the pre-market, though, boy, we've round-tripped about 75% of this move. Now, they did have news here today, this was yesterday after hours, excuse me. They also reported earnings here. EPS 8 cents. That was up from a 9-cent loss. So, again, pretty nice beat there. Sales 46.19 million. That was up from 42.19 million year over year. So, the stock is higher here, and it is holding higher by about 21.5%. But as we just showed you there in the pre-market and after-hour session, quite a large range as the stock really kind of overshot that move to the upside. As far as the short interest goes here, pretty negligible on this name. 0.1% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover. I don't think there's any squeeze action going on. On average, the stock's a ghost town, 108,000 shares a day. Boy, nobody cares about this name. Today, for whatever reason, they're trading higher than 7 million shares. The float's 7.2 million, so we've almost traded the whole float here. What do you think on ticker BCG?
Well, hopefully it's trying to put in some kind of a base, because ever since we had the pop-up in the after hours, it's really not done a whole lot except just kind of leak back down to the position it started at. It is getting some support around 170, so we haven't broken down beneath that yet. But with the moving averages, I mean the EMAs that we use, kind of bearing downward onto the price action, it makes me think that there could be still some lower prints. Company looks financially sound. I mean they're teeter between profitability, but they have a lot of revenue. They have a good amount of cash, so I'm not concerned about them raising capital. I don't think that they're going to need to do that. Still got to reserve the possibility that they might, but I think it's a lot less likely than some of the other names we've been looking at today. But with 7.28 million shares in the float, this thing could get turned around and moved pretty easily. But this is another one I think we just need to wait and see what we get out of the open.
Okay, really good stuff. We'll be patient. Yeah.
And one thing about XPON, that was an interesting one that I was looking at, because we had been on this theme about batteries, and this is a battery play. This is not like a backup battery system that we've kind of been trying to dig into. This is more on the recreational side for RVs and marine equipment. But remember when in our happy hour we were taking a look at RAYA.
That's
and
right.
that's also part of that outdoorsman camping theme. So kind of wondering if there's something going on here that is aside from the battery theme, which I think is going to be strong next year. If power generation batteries, and even if they're portable, are going to still get a lift with the larger names that I expect to do well next year, as power is going to be likely a very big theme, given how we need to have a lot of it to power these data centers. Yeah,
indeed it is. Data center, I'm not sure data centers and camping really go together, but I do agree with you on the theme. No, seriously, I do agree with you that the theme on energy, that's definitely going to be something I'm going to be looking at for 2026. One more mention here about RAYA, RAYA. It is extremely thin. Extremely thin. There's a lot of gambling going on here, in my opinion. If you buy this stock, this is a chance. I don't know if anyone cares about this stock, because on average it trades 217,000 shares a day. Today it's traded 683.
Yeah,
not 1,000, 683 shares.
Yeah, this
Y'all
one
could go buy that.
This one could be better later on, but this is a company that is bringing their power generator systems, like a portable generator systems, into the U.S. To sell. And so once that starts ramping up, because I think they just got approval to do that, then they could end up getting bigger. They already make cheaper, power generators that are competitive to like Harbor Freight and Generac, the portable ones. This is a company that's based out of China, so trying to come into the U.S. market. We'll see how well they do, but apparently they are competitively priced.
Okay, good stuff there. Next one here, and it looks like the list is changing around a little bit here, which is great. I've got this one and one more, so you'll have to tell me if you've got any more than that. This is ticker AVDL, Alpha Victor Delta Lima. This is Avadel Pharmaceuticals. The stock was just shy of $20 yesterday, $23.25 here today. It's up 21% after acquisition proposed from Lundbeck. I actually didn't look into this one yet. Here, let's see. Yeah, they received an unsolicited proposal from Lundbeck. The Lundbeck proposal may be a company's superior proposal while keeping support for existing deal, offering $20 per share. The Lundbeck proposed value is $23, with $21 cash plus $2 in the CVR milestones. So Let's see if there's anything else here. It's considering avoiding. They're considering their options, so they're not taking this here. So it's pretty much up at that price, 23.30. Current price is at 23.25. No done deal yet, so maybe it moves around here, but it looks like a big part of the move is already done. Short interest on this name, 9.18% of the float is shorted, 1.1 days to cover. And on average, stock trades 2.4 million shares. Today, it's traded just shy of a million. Float's a little bit thicker on this one, 83 million. So you think there's anything here, 13?
I looked at this one briefly before I came on here, saw that this was, moving on the acquisition proposal, so nothing definitive, and we could still get this to, kind of roll over here as we approach the open. But one thing I do like about this is that if you look at their financials over, on a quarterly basis, you can see a pretty short history of them with their revenue growth and their profitability, and it looks really good. So their balance sheet is nice as well. So I can understand why they'd want to get picked up. But I don't think there's anything wrong with this company. It looks like it's great, but like I said, I haven't dug into it. But just on the surface, looks fine. That being said, the run up that we've had this morning kind of looks like it's losing steam. So this is I'm going to have to, cautiously say, let's wait and see what we get out of the open. I get the sense that this might sell off out of the open here because the only news that was driving it was a proposal. And now that the move has happened, I think that we come back in. So one thing that we're going to need to watch for, if that's going to happen, is if we lose the VWAP. We're not too far away from it on my broker. You might have a different read. And then the next area that's going to provide support is going to be that 65 EMA down at 2189.
Okay. All right, good stuff there. Last one that I want to do here that I had on the list is CYPH, Cypherpunk. No, not Cyberpunk, Cypherpunk. This was the penny stock. I can't remember, INF. So I can't remember what the ticker was. It's probably in the news feed here for me to go look it up. LPTX, I was not even close. Samsonite, I was way off. Anyway, it wasn't even close. CYPH, this had a huge move there on Wednesday. It actually did give a move out of the open yesterday and then maybe a regression back to the mean later in the day. But here we are in the pre-market. Looks like we're getting a little jiggy here. So just simply looking at the chart here, definitely think 250 would be a key spot to the upside if we can actually get up there. We have a pre-market high today around 224. And I think that we can probably take a look at the $2 level for both the round number level as well as yesterday's intraday high as a potential support area here. CYPH. Short interest on this, we don't have it yet because they changed that ticker over. Yep. Let's see what we got here. Float 50 million. It's trade. I know it hasn't been this ticker for a long time, but on average it trades 15 million. Today it's already done 11.3. What do you think, 13?
So this used to be Leap Therapeutics, ticker LPTX. They changed over. Looks like yesterday. They say they changed over yesterday because they are, rebranding themselves and driving forward with their new Zcash Treasury strategy. Being said, I'm a little concerned about what is going to happen with this, seeing as how crypto's pretty weak today. Let me actually pull up the chart here so I can actually get a better.
Crypto's very weak, broke under 100,000. We looked at that with Mark. I can pull up the crypto chart too if you want.
So I'm just saying that with the crypto sentiment right now, I don't know how great this one's going to be. It looks like it's trying to set up to go higher though. So let's just another one here that let's see what happens at the open. But if it can hold above its VWAP, which it's trying to do right now, then we do have a pre-market high of 224. Let's say that gets okay.
I was just gonna. I'm sorry for interrupting. I don't want to break your momentum here, but really quickly, thank you, day trader, for this one. ZEC, this is the crypto, I believe, and this was up 6% overnight. This chart looks a lot different than the actual Bitcoin chart. So maybe another chart to keep your eye on if you're going to trade this one here today. I don't know how great the link is, but
yeah, that actually looks like that's about ready to go lower to me.
Okay.
Just because we had that peak and then we started selling, there was a bounce that we're in the middle of right now, and it seems like we're coming toward the end of that bounce. Maybe next week or today, and then we can it will go lower. But as far as CYPH goes, if we do manage to get over 224, which is the pre-market high, There's going to be a little bit of consolidation from the regular session a couple days ago on Wednesday that goes from about 225 to 254. So that'll be the next chunk that it has to chew through there if we do get above 225. So that would be, if I'm trading this, that's what I'd be watching for to see if we can get above that 225.
Okay. Really good stuff there. CYPH, we shall see. Okay. 13, was there anything else that you wanted to take a look at here today?
Nope. Just want to see what the market's going to do. We did get a lot of what we were looking for out of the SPY. We were talking about yesterday how this could open lower. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting this low, but I was expecting to open a little bit lower than where we closed yesterday. Just didn't know that we were going to be potentially opening beneath the 50-day SMA. So that's interesting because we could end up selling a little bit more out of the gate here before we find support and recover. Now, a week ago today, we did kind of get a similar setup where we opened lower, we sold off and went down to around 660 before we reversed, recaptured the 50-day SMA and closed beneath the previous day's close. Above the previous day's close. So, not saying that we're guaranteed that similar price action, but it's something I'd be watching for because recapturing that 50-day SMA is pretty important for upside.
Okay. I opened with this. I thought this was a really good discussion from yesterday. I opened with this today. We have almost a repeat setup. Maybe we do peak beneath. Again, just to kind of reiterate, the 50-day moving average is at 668.32. We're literally at 666 even right now in the pre-market. Watch out, guys. And it's Friday. So we'll see if we end up peaking beneath and recapturing this. I'd watch for that. And I do think 13 that we probably see maybe a little bit more of a pull out of the open here.
And it would be great if we did. I would actually prefer that the price, gets hammered down to 655.21, which would actually represent a 5% pullback from the all-time high. That's where the price needs to go for 5% pullback. I need to see that. We haven't seen that yet. We were talking about how, a week ago, how this movement, this reversal, or even on Monday, how this wasn't enough of a pullback yet. So I'd be looking for more. I'd be looking for some more downside before we turn around. I think it's what the market needs.
Okay. All right. Sweet. Good stuff there. All right, I'm going to go back to the move. You know what? No, I'm actually going to stay on the big chart here. There were a couple of other stocks that people wanted to take a look at. You guys that are mentioning the penny stock, AMZE, there's nothing really to cover here probably. This is what the chart looks like. Maybe this does break. I'd watch 55 cents on this one. Maybe this goes back up to $1. This is the penny stock that's popping here. I don't really think there's a whole lot to cover on this one. There was another stock there. Here, Izzy's got to know. What are you buying today? If you see it, are you buying? What's your game plan today? 13. Are you adding to your long-term account?
If I add to my long-term account, it's going to be a small amount because I would like to see a lot more weakness in the market because I do want to, contribute a little bit more to my Roth and maybe pick up some more VOO. I just don't want it at these prices. I want it a little bit lower. So if I'm going to be doing that, it's going to be probably some ETFs, probably some maybe some funds. I don't know that I'm going to pick up individual positions today. But one thing that I am keeping an eye on because I do want to add more of it is the price action for HON. I do like Honeywell. I already own some of this. I want to own more of it, but I think that we could get some more of a pullback. So if we get more of that, then I will probably pick some more Honeywell up. I do like Honeywell. Okay,
sweet. Good stuff there. There you go, Izzy. Oh, how do I get rid of that? There we go. Okay, Keith wants to take a look at UNH.
UNH. Yeah, I'll probably, I don't know if I'll start any new positions today. If anything, I'm probably just going to be adding to things that already exist in my portfolio. And that's an if, I would like to see some more weakness. I like things cheap.
Yeah, so do I. So do I. As far as UNH goes here, this is actually, we've talked about this quite a bit recently. It's done an all right job holding the 100-day. Looks like we're down about 2% here today. So 326 in the pre-market. Maybe watch that 318 level. That's the 100-day average, 100-day moving average, that we already tested. We do have a trend line that if I extend beneath, let me actually do that here a little bit. We do have a trend line beneath that, but it's considerably beneath that. We'd be all the way down to, I think, close to where that Warren Buffett gap was. Yeah, very close to that. It was actually within that gap. So we'll see there on UNH. I don't know that there's really anything to do here today. I guess if you like this for the long term, maybe watch it. But I don't think I'm really interested in UNH for a trade here today. Here's what the pre-market looks like. Does kind of look like it's going to go lower, maybe 325, snap to the downside.
Yeah, you have a lot of demand down here between 295 and 315. So we're kind of getting close to that. We actually bounced off that earlier this month, that very range on the 7th. So if we come down in there and get into that channel, I think it's going to find some buyers. I just don't know what level they're going to start turning this around. But you have that $20 range, like between 295 to 315, where I think they could be hiding out. So we'll see if that ends up happening.
Okay. Good stuff there. Circle was another one that folks were taking a look at here. This is Circle Internet Group. Look at this chart, guys, on the daily. Boy, we came right down to that 200-day moving average. Actually looked like we were going to break that. That's going to be key here today. This is what the intraday chart looks like. A little bit of that pre-market weakness. Now it's being bought back up here. We'll see if we can close above that 200-day moving average here on Circle. Let's see, what else do we have here? If there's anything. Yes, Friday, yes. So Baird upgrades it, outperform 110 price target. Stock's currently at $85. Mizuho going the other way, lowering the price target from 84 to 70. There's some news there. That's what you got on Circle. You have anything on this chart?
It really does look like it's about to circle back to where it started all this on June 5th. We're almost down to the opening price, which was $69. And what was that price target that you just said?
Sorry, I was reading something else. I was talking about, I don't know, I wasn't giving a price target. Yeah, excuse me. 70 from Mizuho, that was the lowered one. 110 from Baird on the upgrade.
Okay.
Sorry.
So Mizuho thinks it's going back to the opening price on, pretty much about, just above the opening price on June 5th. I think that we're going to be seeing a turnaround here pretty soon. Just couldn't tell you if it's going to happen today or not. This thing has been hammered. I think it's kind of oversold. Could still sell a little bit more, but this is about the spot where I would expect the price to begin turning around if we're going to get a reversal. If we do get that support from the 200-day SMA and we start to trade back up, seems to me like 104 is going to give it some trouble.
Okay. Lion here says Circle is in a buying zone for him at the moment.
Yeah, it's down at a good spot for maybe a trade, but I don't know if we're going to get up to 104 or what it's going to do today. But yeah, I agree that this is kind of oversold. So it could be in a pretty good spot right now if you're wanting to take maybe a medium to long-term position, I guess.
Okay. BBAI, what's going on with BBAI? Nothing. It's down 5% here. Looks like it's just kind of moving with the market. This was another high flyer. I don't see any news for this one. Just looks like a little bit of pre-market weakness. Worth noting here, 550 was the last time we really bounced for a multi-day move. Jay Harris, so app puts work? Yes, they work if app goes down. Sorry. But here we go. Here's the here's the level that we have on app. 533 is we're currently in this gap zone, right? So I think you probably do want to see this fill down here. I think this is 520. Let me. Yep, 519.63. Let's call it 520. I think that's probably where we're going here on app.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, let me flip over to the main workspace. We'll get ready here. We are less than 2 minutes from opening. Let me get you that exact time here. We'll use an old radio term here. We are 1 minute ahead of the open. Looks like
AMZE that you were mentioning earlier, that just moved to, this is a penny stock. I don't know why I've got it on.
Penny junker, yeah.
But I'm still looking. I still have it on my screen, and I'm just like looking at this, which is a nice looking bull flag. It's moving over VWAP right now. Let's see if it gets some more volume and is able to get over 58. I think that's where it wants to go. So it's got some resistance at 56. So I guess let's see if it can get over 56.
And producer mentioning StubHub getting absolutely shellacked here today. So StubHub on the back of its earnings here, no bueno, down 28.5% here. My goodness.
That is an awful looking chart.
Yeah, it sure is. Does anyone use StubHub? Do you guys like this?
Isn't it? I guess I would need to understand the difference between this and Eventbrite. I think this is like where StubHub is where you can like trade.
No, StubHub is where you can buy tickets there. Like I've used it before, but a lot of them are expensive. In a lot of cases, it's not great.
I don't know.
Eventbrite's more of like an event management thing.
Yeah, well, maybe you can buy tickets from that too.
Yeah. Oh, well, you buy tickets to the events through Eventbrite. Absolutely. Okay.
And here's AMZE. So there you go. And we're making our way up to the pre-market high. We just got pulled back a little bit, but we did push through 56 cents. That was pretty cool. Right out of the gate there with that one.
Brian says StubHub is highway robbery. Good. He likes that that's going down. We might as well go down 40%, right, Brian?
All right. You know more about it than I do, so I'll take your word for that.
I'll be honest. I don't go see a lot of stuff. The seat that I have on my couch beats pretty much any live seat. But when I do go with my coworkers, we've used StubHub a few times. Anyway, what do you got?
IVVD went down to the 65 EMA. It's trying to recover. We'll see what it does. XPON, same thing, only it's down to its 200 EMA, trying to do the same thing. BCG, still just a little bit sideways out of the open here, trying to get a lift, but there's a large seller in the way at 186. We'll see if it can get through that. And then AVDL, also sideways out of the gate. Not quite sure what it's doing yet, but it looks like it's trying to get a little bit of price action to the upside. Some resistance, I would say, at about 2335 to 2340. We're making our way up there right now. Seller in the way at 2340.
CoreWeave here. Looks like this is trying to bounce here. Unsure if I trust it, but so far here, that is trying. Look around here. Netflix might be giving up its 200 again. Get in there, 13.
Where's your CoreWeave daily chart?
Let me go back to it here. It's on my chart tool tab. Let me bring up CoreWeave.
I think he drew that trend line on it, and we're down at that trend line. And I would expect that this tries to at least bounce, make its way back up into the 80s.
I think this is the trend line that you're talking about. We're beneath it.
Mine is. It's interesting. You have a similar. Okay, I guess that would be it. But for me, it's we're just kind of like right at it.
Where did you connect it?
I started with June 18th of this year. Drew it through. What is this? Do it through the August 13th. August 12th.
Dude,
you got it.
Yeah, I got the same thing, dude. I got the same.
Now it's starting to go beneath the trend line. But it's like right on it for me. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Point is that this is a trend line that it was trying to get that reversal action on. We were getting some of it. I don't know that we're necessarily going to turn around and trade back up, but let's say that happens. I would say 85 is going to be the big resistance area if we do get back up.
Okay, that initial CoreWeave pop that we were looking at there, that got sold already. Careful.
Yep. AMZE. Nice resolution of the bull flag.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this one on here for you to analyze. 13. I'm gonna step away for just 1 sec. BRB.
Okay. You have a target for CoreWeave at 65. Is there a support before that? So the trend line is what we were talking about as support. It doesn't seem like that's really holding up very well. Your support at 65, I also like, because that was the high on April 2nd before we turned around and had the Liberation Day unwind that took us down to, what is this, in the 30s before, and then we rallied. So I do like that area you're talking about, 65. We're just at this this trend line support. Doesn't look like it's holding up. So the next area is the one that you mentioned, 65. Circle ran up to yesterday's view update. Yep, did that too. Good morning, Vietnam, says Zippity Doodah. AMZE degen maybe, but this had a great setup in the pre-market, and then as soon as we opened, we got the resolution. Let's see if I can get some other levels here for you. Looks like there is going to be some resistance around 75 cents. That's where the 15 day EMA is. We did get some price action up there a couple of days ago, rejected, so could certainly visit that spot again. I don't know how much higher we're going to go beyond that. This would depend on the volume. All right, let's look at some of these other movers.
You got it.
Looks like IVVD continuing lower. XPON, same. BCG, the opposite, trying to climb higher. Now up to its 200 EMA. The 65 EMA would be next. Still has that seller at 186.
CYPH, that's trying to break higher here as well. Looks like we're right up at that pre-market high on CYPH.
Yeah, so the area that it was, earlier this morning that it was getting rejected at, it was about there just a moment ago. It's trying to push through it. 220 is the big spot, I think, the price is trying to get through, because in the pre-market, when it was trying to get through 220, rejected every time. So even with the prints above there, constant rejection. Maybe now that we're in the regular session, we get more volume that's going to help take us through 220.
You're right about that. And I'll tell you what, this initial volume candle looks pretty good there. Let's see if we get enough to push through that.
Yep.
Crow says it's going.
Nice. I'll take it.
I will take it too. Ondas also popping up here. Ondas really good after that report. By the way, speaking of Ondas and its report, we also got Red Cat reporting yesterday. No bueno from Red Cat. Actually, it is bouncing today, though. Let me amend that. It is bouncing here today.
Big bounce, too. You think you can see the resistance levels that stand out, too, if you look to the left. AMZE, 64, now the high. That was a nice move there. Still waiting for that big 220 area to get taken out in CYPH. AVDL still sideways. BCG pulled back. XPON trying to reverse, as is, well, maybe not IVVD yet. I think IVVD still might have a little ways to go to the downside before it tries to reverse, but XPON trying to turn around, and it's going to have to recapture the 200 EMA. Unfortunately, there's a large seller in the way right about there.
Beyond Meat trying to suck in more longs here as Beyond Meat is popping. Be careful with this one. Palantir, this also bounced a little bit. Looks like 166 was that spot lower.
Yep. We are seeing. Yep, you're right about that. We are seeing some bounces. I don't think we want to get too excited just yet.
Tesla is another one, by the way.
This could be the turnaround, but let's also see what we end up getting. Okay, here we go with CYPH up at 220. We're trying to get over 224, the pre-market high. This is the area where it was rejected previously. Let's see if we can get up to the 230s. Here we go, new session high now. Yes.
There we go, CYPH.
Yes.
All right, 250 is your next spot here.
Yes.
Let it flow through.
Here we go.
I'll raise your stop on this one. That's what I'm going to do.
Don't lose on this one now.
Definitely not. Definitely not. This.
Yeah, Brian, you could be 100% right about that. There's probably a lot of people just exiting their positions, whether it be the long or short side, and saying, have a good weekend. We'll see you next week. I agree. That's what we could be seeing a lot of. AMZE still trying to push higher. Hasn't gone higher than 64 cents, but it is still trying. Holding above VWAP at the moment. A little bit of pullback from CYPH. AVDL still sideways. XPON still trying to turn around. And IVVD now coming down to the 200 EMA. This is about where we could start to see this particular stock reverse. Let's see if that starts to happen. ONDS strong.
Yes, it is. It's at the highs. 734 was your intraday high from yesterday. 7 tests coming on Ondas right now. Here's your IVVD chart.
Now, let me ask you something about ONDS.
Stopped out for a gain, by the way, on CYPH. We'll wait for that to set up. I'm just not going to take losses in some of the junkers. What do you have?
I'm just going to ask you about ONDS. It looks like we're kind of getting a little bit of a similar price action from yesterday, where we opened beneath the 20-day SMA, went up to the 50-day SMA, and we were rejected. Now, we still closed above the 20, I believe, but do you think we're going to get another rejection here, the 50-day SMA, if we give it another visit?
Here, well, let me actually, so I don't know for sure. I don't know what the next move is going to be. Let me bring up the chart here and take a look at it.
Okay.
So here's the 50. So here's what I'll say, 13. I don't know what's going to happen, but what I would want to see here, I would definitely want to see it recapture this. If we look back to the bounce from the 100-day, which was at 494-ish, Glenn, let me know. I think that was a fib level that you had, or some level that you had charted out there. Now we're seeing a little bit of higher lows here on ONDS. So I would really like for that to keep up here. So I'd love to get a recapture of 742. What I'm looking at on the other side, though, 13 is going to be this 650, right? Like yesterday's action that you were referencing, we traded right up, then we came right back in to that 20-day. I want to see something different here today. That's why I'm kind of waffling on, is this going to take it out? Well, let's see. Let's see what happens. We did the same thing yesterday, literally the same thing yesterday. Went right to it, backed off of it, closed beneath the 20. I want to see something different here today.
Zach, you're talking about
really quick. One more thing. Sorry. Really quick. One more thing. If you are trading this, as I'm not trading it back and forth. I still have a trailer position here that I'm looking for long term. If you're trading this back and forth, to me it makes sense to sell partial if we get up to that 50. Right, because look at what the levels are telling us here. That absolutely is a resistance area, and hell, we saw that take place as recently as yesterday. So if you're in a shorter term, if you're in a shorter term trade here, I'd probably sell some of this. For me, I want to see it recapture, hold above, and then move higher because I have a longer time horizon on the trade.
So Zach, you're mentioning that Oppenheimer gave an upgrade to this instead of target as a buy instead of target of $12, which is going to give you a nice movement if that's where it's headed towards. I think this is just giving it more of a continuation off of the earnings it had yesterday.
A beat and raise, by the way, yesterday. And he's right. So Oppenheimer here, 12 target. We also had Needham yesterday with a buy going to 10. But FYI, the next good till cancel sell order, we'll call it a trim, not a sell order. The next good till cancel trim order that I put out that is still out there is exactly at 12.
Nice.
just FYI. And look at what it did, right? Did we quite get to 730? No, we got to like 720 and it backed off. So you know what this means, 13?
What does it mean?
It means we're going to pop a trend line on there. Look at this.
Right.
Bang, bang, bang. We'll see if we're able to get rid of that.
CYPH did trade underneath the VWAP. It's recovering.
Ooh, I probably should have rebought.
Still have a big seller in the way at 240 though. It's not the volume isn't as substantial as it was 5 minutes ago.
Ah, damn it!
But
it did pull back down to the VWAP right there at 210. Yeah. That was the entry. Damn it!
I gotta also mention MTC MTech. This is having some movement as well. It was setting up, but kind of been setting up all for several days. If you look at the daily chart, this had a pop. What is this? This had a pop on November 5th, and it didn't give it all back. We actually went higher the next day, kind of chopped around, and I think that kind of created a bit of a bull pennant here to where we're gonna, and you can even draw some trend lines with those highs to where we could potentially break out of it today.
CYPH going big pop. CYPH.
Oh man! So hey, this
was actually a good trade setup here.
These red days have been fantastic this week. More selling days, please. The moves have been much more.
Let me tell you, we've talked about this a number of times. On days where the market is weak, relative strength is easier to find. CYPH is literally showing us that today.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
By the way, is this robot voice better than the one yesterday?
It sounds like you're talking through a static TV screen.
So yes. Cool.
I don't want it. That makes my brain get filled up with fuzz.
Let's fill it up. Let's fill it up with fuzz.
No, that's not.
CYPH continuing to move to the highs here. And Zach, got to highlight this. Zach says his good till cancel sell order on Ondas is at 1180 just to undercut me. Good stuff there, Zach.
He's going to be out before you are.
You know what? I will keep giving you mine. That way it'll be impossible to be like, well, you sold into me. Nope, we didn't.
IVVD trying to turn around here, get a bit of a green candle. Lots of sellers to get through, starting at 230. XPON hasn't quite turned around yet. Still making lower prints. 141 now the low. What's up?
Ryan said you sound like one of the guests from the other day. I shouldn't even laugh at this. Because the poor guy. I mean, he had an audio problem. We're not here to make fun of him, but this comment is actually funny. Great name, Ryan.
CYPH 244 now the current high. Doesn't look like it might be done. Although we are getting a little extended here. So we could see some more pullback.
250 going to be that next level here. I wouldn't be surprised if CYPH traded up to that 250 and tested the area there.
Yeah, so far, AMZE, CYPH been the best ones, and I know that you folks are on MTC right now. This one looks like it's got like a multi-day move ahead of it, just based on the pattern. And if this is going to resolve the way I expect it to, probably going to end up seeing $5. So that's all based on if the technicals resolve the way that they should.
All right. Here we go. Poll results are in. So thank you, producer, for doing some of that. So FOMC December decision. We pulled the group here. Yes, 47% of you said yes, we're going to get a 25 bips cut. 42% of you said no, the Fed's going to hold. And 11% of you said we might get a 50 bips cut. So if we look at Kalshi then, Kalshi has 51% for a 25 bips cut, 48% for holding, and 3% for greater than 25 bips. So we're actually, tell you what, we're a little bit lower on the yes cut. We're about the same on the pause, and we're higher on the 50 bips or higher cut than Kalshi, but fairly in range there. Oh, and take a look at Ondis.
Somebody lost a lot of money on that platform betting on the Jets to win last night, didn't they?
Oh, yes, they did. Yes, they did. Someone that was up 26K in a PreMarket, I think it was the stat was this month, placed a 40K bet on the Jets to win outright yesterday. And of course, that didn't happen. Ondis, by the way, through the trend line, through yesterday's intraday high, 750 coming here. Volume looks good here on Ondis.
Trend lines are amazing.
Yes, they are. Jay here saying gap downs are so much easier to trade. Yes, they are, Jay. Yes, they are. Michael, if you don't like jokes, you are in the wrong stream, buddy. The X in the upper right will solve all of your problems.
Hey, Samel, looking at Micron?
Let's do it. MU.
Oh, wow. Look at the bounce on that. So this has not given up its 20-day SMA in this rally that it's in. We haven't even touched it yet since September 4th. So this kind of continues. It looks like right now. I don't know. I'm not going to make any predictions about the price action. But yeah, this thing.
Oh my God. Yeah. 13. Look at the unusual options transaction that just rolled across the board here on CDTX. This is the takeout. A trader sold. They had 70 calls, 300 of them. Hang on, let me get this. They had, wow, dude, somebody knew something. This is wild. Trader had 370 calls that expire next Friday that they just sold today for $4.38 million. Oh, that is this person is having a pretty effing good Friday. 4.38 mil on this move here. The 70 calls. Good Lord. Is that a trade? That is for sure a closing order. I don't know who that person is, but they're going to get a register ring. That is money.
I mean, so I don't want to, I don't know how I'm going to sound with this, but this news was reported yesterday for that Merck was close to an acquisition. You have it in your newsfeed there. So we could have, played this in some capacity if we were paying attention.
Merck close to a deal there. So yeah. You know what that tells me? Yeah. That tells me that if you want to do this 13, here's what we can do. For all of you that are Benzinga Pro members, we can actually set something like this up. Let's go ahead and set up a new. I just want to see what this looks like because you're giving me an idea here. Let's turn off press releases and let's do a keyword filter of close to. Was that close to a deal?
Yes. And you know what else?
What does it say exactly? Read it to me.
Okay. It says Merck close to deal to acquire Sudara Therapeutics. Yep.
Okay. So what we're going to do then is we're going to type in close to deal as a keyword search.
I wonder if he wasn't even playing this, if he was playing the conference that they are going to be presenting at next week on the 17th. I wonder if that was what he was doing.
And why don't I have this here? Close to deal. Huh. What I'm trying to do here real quick, I'm sorry that I butchered the example. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to use keywords. Oh, it wasn't BZ Wire. It was a different source. What's the source? Can you read that to me?
It's Financial Times. This came from TipRanks.
So that means it's a partner link. So what we need to do is turn on, but you know what I will do then? I'm going to turn on press releases too.
And use keywords like acquire and merge.
Dude, here it is. So now we can create a look at this news feed. Look how little you actually have to check this. And actually, we had one here. Novartis is close to a deal with Avidity for over 70 per share. That came from Bloomberg. This is not a bad idea to stay on top of this. We can create a news feed here in Pro that delivers pretty good filtered results for stocks that are close to a deal.
And we'll call it M&A.
What? You're just doing the work for me right now at this point. I might as well just hand you my keyboard. You can press the damn buttons for me. That's good stuff, though. It's good stuff right there.
Yeah, so I don't. Hey, big congrats to that guy, whoever he is. I don't know that he was necessarily playing the merger because
it could be a she. It could be a she.
Sure, it could be a her. Absolutely. And I just see this news here that's still upcoming. That conference on the 17th, and I wonder if that's something that they were playing. I'm just speculating because that is something that's a news catalyst.
All right, Izzy, 4K day on Ondas.
Woo-hoo! All right.
Let's go, Izzy.
Look at CYPH. That's still trying
to it on
push
screen,
higher.
baby.
264, still the high.
Now, I've got VWAP here at 224. Possible reload if it trades back down to that area. We shall see. I'm not going to chase the break higher here. Already made some money on this once.
VVD is turning around. It is recapturing its VWAP, at least the one I have, trying to hold above it right now. XPON doesn't look like that's turned around yet, even though it's attempted to do so. BCG has recovered, moving up towards the next supply zone in the pre-market. Right now, it's trying to manage its way over the 65 EMA, but once that happens, if it does happen, it's going to have some supply to deal with from about 195 to 211.
Tara says, Ryan in 13, that's an Anne-Marie move. What are you referring to? I missed the...
buying the options ahead of a catalyst?
Yeah, no, Tara, elaborate on that. I don't quite connect all the dots. And Tara, I don't know if it's Tara, whatever, however I'm supposed to pronounce it. Correct me too, so I don't keep butchering your name if I am in fact butchering it.
You know what else is having a good day are some of these space names. Rocket Lab is coming off of a bottom from 41.50 this morning, now at $47.
Open is bouncing off of the trend line. You said which one?
Rocket Lab.
Rocket Lab, RKLB.
Mm-hmm. I know it says it's only up 3.5%, but when you look at the move it's had this morning off the bottom,
and this move takes us back into the channel 13. It looks like I think I've got the bottom end of that channel. Is that right? 45.83, bottom end of that channel that we just took off.
Yeah, I think the weakness in Rocket Lab was an opportunity. There's some analysts that believe this is going to $80 within the next year.
Okay. Here, so Zeal's asking, what is your target? I have 33.34, but it looks like it's going up. So Zeal, looks like you had a downside target. 13, what was that, like an analyst target, or was that like another trader? Or what was the deal with that? Analyst? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a target?
For Rocket Lab?
Yeah.
I'll go with 80. I mean, so the whole thing about Rocket Lab, because I think this is an absolutely fantastic company. They are going to grow into their valuation. I understand that they've been overvalued for some time. One of their really big products is that Neutron rocket that unfortunately has now been delayed in its maiden launch to 2026 Q1. But that's going to be a big competitor to SpaceX, and SpaceX has been just raking in the money from their Falcon 9 launches. So they're going to be cutting into that business as well. Rocket Lab also has a dedicated launch site in Virginia for the U.S. military. So they definitely have a massive U.S. contract angle to this as well. So I think Rocket Lab's going to be just fine. I think they're going to grow into their valuation.
Good stuff. Really quickly here, H&H Tactical. Couple of things. Number one, thank you for joining Zinger Nation. Welcome. We will absolutely take a look at some of the quantums here, which you want to do in a sec. H&H Tactical. Are you the owner of a tactical company? I will go Google that and see if you have a website.
Zeal. So the price target of 80 is for 12 months out from when they announced it. And I think that was when, I can't remember the name of the company, but I'll get it for you and try to remember to bring it to you on Monday. But I recall them saying that $80 is their price target for 12 months. So this would be a much longer, investment than just a swing trade. So as far as a swing trade goes, I really can't, tell you my thoughts on that. Maybe we do get the bounce like we're seeing today, but I'm looking at more long-term for Rocket Lab.
Oh, I'm going to check out your site, H&H Tactical. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining. Tara says, Ryan, it was just a comment on how well Anne-Marie does her options trades. It sounded like something that she would have done in that buying and selling those options for that high of an amount.
Let's ask her. Maybe she's the one.
Okay. You know what? No. I mean, I don't think so, but let me make a note.
Meanwhile, we're going to go through these movers some more. IVVD still holding above the VWAP. It needs to take out that 65 EMA. XPON still has not recovered. That looks like it's still going lower. BCG still trying to get over that 65 EMA before we can start getting into our 195 to 211 channel. AVDL, this is just leaking slowly. CYPH hasn't broken down. It's still getting some support from the VWAP, at least my VWAP that I have at 233. Hasn't been able to get back above 264 yet. And then AMZE, this is about to make new highs, I think.
Okay. I'll put AMZE on here. I know it's a penny stock, but if it's about to make new highs, we'll see. You're not wrong.
Yeah, it's certainly trying to get back up over 64.
Tesla with a good bounce here today. Palantir is higher off the open. And where's Tenzin? Because Apple, higher. Amazon, higher. Izzy, that dip by 330, 233, 233. Did you buy that? Lots of red to green moves here. Hood, open, etc. Jay, let me ask you. We were talking earlier about the broader market peaking beneath its 50 and maybe trying to go green like it did last Friday. I know you're talking about some individual names here today, but do you think that the market could actually put in a repeat of what it did last Friday? Let me know.
I mean, it would not surprise me if we did, because, there's this thought that I don't necessarily disagree with, that a lot of this price action in the market is being controlled by algos. So, it's just they're gonna follow the technicals, and that could be a technical move. So we'll see what happens. BCG now turning around, just started to lose VWAP, might go lower. Still waiting for those moves in CYPH and AMZE. Looks like they kind of ran out of steam as they approached the highs. And
Apple could be at a technical top right here, Tenzin, 273. Is that the technical top level that you're referring to? Ondas just ripping now, 751. Whew. We'll take, will not complain. Tara, okay, let me know if I got that name right. I did play Ondas a little bit like that. Prior to the earnings report, I was like, if this thing craters, I might want to get some money now. So I'm going to sell some calls that are covered by the stock that I own. But I also have other upside calls. So I collected the premium from selling the calls. Obviously, those were the 6 calls. With Ondas above 7 now, those are underwater, but they're going to be covered by stock. I'm going to end up raising more cash, selling some shares at $6, excuse me. And I still have calls, and actually those calls are offsetting what I've lost from the sold calls. So if Ondas can keep, and those are 11, by the way. So if Ondas keeps trading up, we're actually going to collect that premium, sell more shares. Depending on how strong, maybe I'll let some of those convert into stock so I can get it back. Otherwise, I'll just trade the premium. That does kind of feel like an Anne-Marie move. And I would be lying to say if I could have done that without Anne-Marie's tutelage. I speak to her every single week, and she is always helpful. So that's actually a really good mention.
This Ondas looks like this is, if we can still continue above the 50-day SMA, $8 is going to be the next resistance area. Now, we could make some prints slightly above that, like maybe up to as high as 830. But if we sell off and lose the the 50-day SMA after that, I would really want to see support down around 650. Because if we get that, that might be a big time loading area.
Okay. You can see here, I had a trend line drawn on this trading chart here that looked like, yep, that was the one I just added here. And now we're busting through that here. So I think you're right on your 8 call. And I would say after that, we're probably looking at about 830.
Yeah.
All right. Several of you. So real quick, I'm sorry, 13. Let me just roll through a couple of things here. CYPH, new highs. Looks like this is continuing here. Looks like several folks in the chat are giving out some new price targets here. 267, 293, 267 gone, day trader. So that one's already hit. 293, it looks like next here. G10 G-Man saying 264 goes. It can go to 3. Sure looks like that's kind of where we're on the road to right now. And then let me also roll through some of those quantum names because these have also been really good trades for us recently. We'll start here with Rigetti. Let's see where we're at on this. 2650. Let me actually do RGTZ in this chart. And then we go to my bigger chart where I've got the simple moving averages on, and we can take a look at RGTI there. RGTZ back down to 25. Let's take a look at RGTI. And I can roll through some of those other quantum names if you want. 13, if you got something, I'm sorry for
the
there.
CYPH about that $3 level. If you look at a daily chart and draw a horizontal line at $3 and look to your left, this is kind of the middle of the consolidation that the price is running into right now. 3 does look like a very big resistance area based on the price action. It's been support and resistance going back to 2023. So I agree. $3, major level for CYPH.
Okay. So so as far as Rigetti goes, we talked about this purple shaded area that I have drawn on the chart possibly being the new area to reload. So those values here for anyone looking to play this, about 28 for the downside area of that range and about 34 for the top end area of that range. Trade accordingly.
Oh, this reversed right off the trend line that I had here. Do you want to draw it?
This is Rigetti that you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
What do you got?
So I have one here that I started with the March 17th high.
Oh, my birthday.
There we go.
So
I drew it through the July 18th high.
Where is that March 17th high? Here we go. There we go. March 17th high through what?
The July 18th high.
Got it.
And if you keep going, you'll see that was a breakout spot on September 17th.
Yep.
And now we're coming back down to test that. And we got the support. And it's reversed the price action. I would say that if we cannot get back up through this purple or this channel that you drew here, that the next visit down could be a breakdown of this trend line. Okay.
Good morning, Tuna. Good evening, Market Sniper. Good day, I'll say. Take care of yourself. We'll see you next week.
Take care, Market Sniper.
Ryan is a Pisces, not an Aries.
And CYPH 280 now the new high.
Okay, 296 is day trader's next target, if I'm not mistaken.
Looks like getting a little pull here in ONDS. I would say finally, but we don't want this thing to just only go up.
I've got the VWAP here at 704, so a pull back to 704 might represent a possible intraday support area.
Yep. Yeah, I think this will be an interesting one. So we are getting some pullback in a lot of these.
Fun day out of the open here already.
Oh yeah,
more action here today too. CYPH and all.
Yeah, when we gap down and the market opens, the bargain hunters come out. They really do.
Yeah, and again, it's easier to find relative strength on the gap down days. So with that Ondas move, we basically traded up to the 50, peaked above it by several cents, came back in. That seems like normal, healthy trading action.
Yeah, so just looking at some of these other ones, looks like IVVD still trying to work its way over the 65 EMA. This has been a slow mover, but it had a nice reversal earlier. You only would have gotten about 30 cents out of it, but nice either way. XPON, this is still trying to turn around. Maybe this is starting to happen. I don't know. Might need some more time. BCG, this is kind of just sideways, low volume. Still having a hard time with the 65 EMA. AVDL, I don't know if there's anything here anymore. This thing has just been kind of boring and hasn't provided any kind of trade really.
Really quickly here, Open. This is approaching $9. We'll see if Open can take out 9. This actually was a bounce off the trend line in the pre-market at 750. So this was a pretty good rip here. I also just noticed that ETHA appeared on the relative volume scanner, scanning for things moving to the upside. That tells me that Bitcoin is bouncing. Sure enough, I take a look at the Bitcoin chart. We are up off the lows by about 2,000. We did a pretty good job covering some of those levels there. It sounds like there was a possible bounce spot here, so maybe let's see what happens near the close here today, as opposed to just assuming it's going to hold here. Let me go ahead and put Bitcoin USD up here.
Open is has a resistance area at 950. We're a little ways away from there, but if there's enough volume to take us through there, then the next resistance area I see after that is going to be a little bit higher, closer to 10.
Okay.
Yeah, MU and SNDK up. Yeah.
Smita says, where's the best place to read an earnings report? Right here in Benzinga Pro, because we deliver the press releases to you as soon as they are released. We also have some other articles that will cover that earnings report, particularly if it's an important stock. And pretty soon, we are also going to have access to conference call transcriptions so that you can read as opposed to listen to a conference call, or maybe drop that transcription into AI and have it summarize it for you.
Yeah, some of the I've been working with that Benzinga AI tool from time to time, asking it about certain filings to summarize.
That's gotten a lot better over the last several months, 13. I'm glad that you're using it.
It's been helpful. Yeah.
Glad. Really glad. QBTS also bouncing here today. So H&H Tactical, you were mentioning how your entire quantum list is bouncing. Looks like we are seeing that. Is anyone reloading shorts on this quantum, or are you guys trading this to the long side? CYPH, by the way, 281. Looks like that is trying for some more new highs. Volume still looks good on CYPH as well. Crow saying that the shorts are trapped here. Well, I'll tell you what, Crow, if we get any volume expansion to match what we saw on Wednesday, and we're above Wednesday's high, and you're telling me that there are known shorts in this thing's probably going to rip higher. 288, we're almost at, day trader, you're going to get your target here today, boss.
Squeeze me home. Let's see, this CYPH. So yeah, this is the one that just recently changed over.
H&H Tactical, you're on the long side. Are you a short-term trade, long-term trade? Do you have a specific sell level? Let me know. One more update here real quick. I had talked about another kind of a spec name. It was high risk. I talked about it for a while, but actually been holding it for a while, was underwater on it. Ticker is IPWR. This is Ideal Power. Tell you what, they reported earnings yesterday. I'm starting to believe that this company is not going to be able to scale the B-Tran converter at any type of rate. They continue to put poor earnings on. We're not really getting any good news from the company. They had a management change here. So this might be one to kind of throw in the towel. Now, whenever I do these on some of these small caps, as long as I don't have like a mega position, and I didn't, this was just kind of a manageable one, I sold a majority of it. I still hold a handful of shares. It's several hundred shares. It's nothing crazy. If this stock goes like crazy after I sold a majority of my position, at minimum, I'll still have that to recoup. But for the most part, yesterday, post those earnings at like 470, I sold a huge chunk of my position. So I don't have a lot in this anymore at all. Really disappointed with the management team, how they've kind of done this whole thing. Maybe I feel like that B-Tran converter, the big move here was for them to get into the data center angle. They haven't done that. Maybe they still do. But for right now, given that we've had some other really good plays recently, this, to me, at least part of this is going to be a tax loss harvest. So it is what it is. I do still have a little bit of it, but for the most part, throwing in the towel on this one. I don't believe in the company or the management team anymore.
Yeah, magnificent earnings with what, $25,000.
I mean, it's just they just continue to be their own biggest enemy. And one of the other things that I'm kind of thinking of, especially with some of these small caps, is that it really is going to come down to how good the management team is, how well they execute their strategy, how well they work with investor relations, the ability to actually produce revenue. And I'm at the point, we talk sometimes about, well, when does a long investment trade change for you? It changes when the fundamentals change. And to me, it just seems like I've given them enough time, given them several years at this point. They're not getting it done. You compare that to something like Ondas, which I also had a several year runway on. They started to get it done. And then they accelerated getting it done. And so it allowed me to stay in that position. It actually gave me confidence to double the position when it came back in. We're not seeing any of that same stuff in Ideal Power.
XPON finally turning around, needs more volume, but this is the best looking candle it's had so far this morning in the regular session. BCG still trying to get back above that 65 EMA. Had a couple of green candles just recently that took it back up there. Not sure about some of these other ones. Looks like ONDS might try to come back up to 750. Lots of sellers in the way, starting at 750 and 753, 250,000 shares at least in that area trying to get sold.
Glenn was highlighting earlier today on its first move up there that there was a large seller there at 750. Now, the one thing that I don't like on this, it's great that it's bouncing. Here we go. Let's see what happens. We didn't actually test the VWAP. If we had come all the way into that VWAP, that'd have been awesome, but it does look like it kind of back tested the trend line that I drew. So maybe that's what's going on.
Yeah, maybe this pops up to 752 and pulls back again. I mean, you can see the sellers on the price ladder right now. They are holding up. All right. What else is looking good? HCWB halted. Let's see here. Well, that's a nice move. So they had news today about their about some data they provided regarding their second generation immune checkpoint inhibitor that they presented at a meeting, the annual meeting of the Society for Immunotherapy of Cancer. Looks like HCWB was also a recent recipient of non-compliance, so they have an extension now. And that was back in October. We'll probably extended it into next year, maybe February. I'd have to look, but
Palantir looks like it slowed down a little bit at 174. Apple looks like it stopped right at 273. Tenzin, I think you called that spot earlier. That was a good mention. Hugh wants to take a look at Oracle. We looked at some of the other tech names here. Let's take a look at Oracle. This is up by about 0.25%, and this actually did a red-green move here on Oracle.
Bounce up to 200 EMA. I'm sorry, day SMA, and that is really oversold down there. So this needed to happen now. Don't know if it's going to get back a whole lot higher than 225 for the time being. Maybe it does, but that's kind of where I would think resistance starts to occur in Oracle.
Now, the one thing that I will say here, Hugh, this is really good bringing this up because we are at a spot here, as 13 just outlined. We are bouncing off of the 200-day. Did we actually print 209s? Was that a perfect bounce off that? That'd be something. I talked about an article earlier here. It was an insight. Let me pull the quote here and actually read it because I want to get it right. I don't want to screw it up. Let's see if I can find it here. Here, this is from Scott Wren. This was from our insights that we had here this morning. He specifically points to investment opportunities in technology-related trends such as artificial intelligence and data centers. Okay, artificial intelligence and data centers, I struggle to think of a few stocks better than Oracle. Now you have a really good chart spot to watch off this, possible bounce off of this 200. This actually gives us a pretty clear trading plan on Oracle. Maybe you get your bounce here. This a potential bounce spot. This was a good mention, Hugh. I want to see where this thing closes in reference to that. And no, so we did not quite get that perfect bounce. We did not actually print 209s, but boy, we were close. We were about $1 away.
Yeah, Smoke Tuna, it does look like it wants to come back. If that happens, I still think that it's going to run into some issues in that supply zone from 195 to 211. But I agree. It looks like this wants to go higher than it's gone in the regular session so far.
That's BCG, right?
Mm-hmm. And XPON still trying to turn around. IVVD still trying to get back above the 65 EMA. CYPH hasn't revisited 288 yet, hasn't broken down from the VWAP yet either. This candle that we're in might be one of the ones that takes us back up to 88, maybe a little bit higher. We'll see. I'm not guaranteeing anything there with that. Okay, so there we go with ONDS. We got back up to the 750 area. I don't think we hit it exactly, but we got rejected. There's too many sellers in the way. They probably blocked it down, to be honest.
We did not hit 750. I have 749 as that high print. I think this is going to be your actual test of VWAP down at 709 ONDS. SanDisk here. How about that? You had one down day for SanDisk yesterday. Hope that was all you needed, because today here up 5.5%. Wow. SanDisk, 1 day of down. Today it's popping on volume, by the way. Shares of many chip stocks are trading higher after Reuters reported Samsung is raising memory chip prices. Good morning, Amanda.
That could be good for Micron.
Sure could.
Be great for Micron. So RGTZ had a nice bounce. That's it's getting rejected now. RGTZ is because Weekday was trying to recover. Looks like this is still going to make some lower prints, but we'll see.
RGTI up 1.5%. Every time Peter Schiff rips Bitcoin, gold gets whacked. Jay, were you here when we made a big Peter Schiff discovery? Here it is.
Hi, Amanda. That one.
The only reason I'm playing that again, or I'm putting that up there again, is because the last time that I put it up there, Lion Atlas really seemed like he liked it.
G10G man is. I think you're saying that you closed your CYPH.
That was a good move. That should be a register ring if that's the case.
Yeah, he's certainly. I mean, I don't know where his entry was, but it's been going up most of the morning, so I'm sure he's positive in it.
I'm here, Ryan. There we go. I love it. There we go. See, I knew it, Ryan. I knew. Let me actually refresh to see if I can get some better latency on Pro.
All right, just kind of looking around here. XPON, is it finally going to recapture the 200 EMA? This might be it. We'll see. CYPH still not up to the 288 high it put in 10 minutes ago, but it is still trying to make its way up there. Sellers in the way at 281, 288, and 293.
NASDAQ looks like it's trying to break and go higher. SPY, same deal.
Let's take a look here. Still don't think that was enough of a pullback.
In the market, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Don't want it to sound like I'm all doom and gloom. I just want some better buying opportunities. And
I feel you. I'm with you on that. There's a reason I've been raising cash. I want those same opportunities you have, 13, or you're looking for. Say. Lion is informing us all that he sleeps with his gold bars and coins.
Okay, Scrooge McDuck.
We had a money bin reference a couple of weeks ago. Now we've got Lion sleeping with his gold.
Yeah, I'm sure he falls asleep to the DuckTales theme song. I'm just kidding, man. It always cracks me up. The very first, opening scene is just a avalanche of gold coins. But anyway.
Oh, all right, that's funny.
And IVVD, there's that recapture of the 65 EMA. So that was a slow but satisfying turnaround near the 200 EMA on the 5-minute, and it is making its way back up towards this pre-market consolidation. XPON has not recaptured the 200 yet. BCG got a little rejection off the out of the 65 EMA. Maybe it's not finished yet. If it can hold up VWAP here. Looks like AMZ might be finished. That just lost some support levels. Still has the 65 EMA where it could find support, but that's down around 47. Yeah, we're gonna laugh. We're gonna laugh every day that we're here, man.
That much I can promise you. That much I can promise you.
Let's make Friday DuckTales Day.
Woo!
AMZ. I already said something about that. What's looking interesting right now?
Amanda's comment here, guys. I can't tell you how much more fun work is if you put retro cartoons on in the background.
Yeah.
I know you already read the last sentence there, but that's good.
MSGY mentions WIS.
The stock mentioned our boy Wiss?
No, mentions WIS. He is mentioning.
Got it. You went all Yoda on us. Got it. Netflix low of the day. Yeah, we're beneath the 200 on Netflix, the 200-day moving average.
Mason Glory. So this is probably in another one of those themes that we're talking about with construction, picks and shovels thing, because we're probably gonna see a lot of construction next year. We're building a lot of natural gas plants. We're building. We see. It seems like every month this year we've been coming out with a new solar farm in some of the major states. We're really expanding capacity with that to the tune of I think in the first 6 months we've got 14 gigawatts added, something like that. Anyway, I still think this construction theme is going to continue to play out. But this is a Hong Kong company, I think. All right, what else here? Tencent's back in and Captain. Apple calls.
I'm seeing if I can spot any of those other huge options trades. They all look pretty pedestrian here, to be honest. Palantir put for about $1 million. 130 expires in March. Yeah, the March expiry 130 put Palantir. Those were bought 1,340 times. $1 million bet. More downside on Palantir.
I haven't looked at Palantir's chart yet. Let's take a look and see what that looks like. So I had some levels marked off that I wanted to keep an eye on. Okay, what's going on with the charts here? You having trouble with the charts?
No. Okay. Which one are you? I'll try to duplicate it. What are you struggling with?
I'm looking at Palantir. Maybe I just need to do one of these tricks. Let's see if this fixes it.
Yeah, it looked like it loaded fine for me.
Okay. All right. Do you have a daily chart? Actually, that might not help because I have my own levels. Here we go. Let's see if this works.
I was going to say, this is hilarious because when I tried to my other chart loaded fine, but now trying to go to the daily chart, it's hanging a little bit. Let me see if I can cue that back up again.
Yeah, so that's the problem I'm having right now. Okay. So Jay Rice mentioned MRK, very impressive. It's green on that buyout. Yeah, not something you typically see when you know that cash is leaving the company. We're going to rip higher on Monday. That's a possibility. If I had my charts, I could get a better idea.
Yeah, I'm reporting this.
Okay. All right. Meanwhile, I'll just look at the broker charts. Looks like we are getting IVVD. There we go. Now this is looking much better. What a fantastic little reversal down around 215. It's now up at 255. Looks like if we continue higher with IVVD, I would say, actually, there's a trend line here that we can draw. So let's do that first. We're almost up at that trend line. So that means that at about, I would say, maybe 260, 265, that could be the next resistance. I still want to see this get back up to 275 because that was a support area that we lost out of the gate.
And I'm sorry, which one is this?
Oh, this is just IVVD that I was looking at.
IVVD, got it.
Yep. CYPH still having a hard time getting up above 288. On this looks like it's consolidating. I'm not sure if it's consolidating to go higher. It could be, but it also looks like momentum is slowing.
I still have him now.
Your bird is loving something this morning.
Yeah, I played a playlist of a bunch of other budgies waking up, and he loves this track so much. He talks to each and every one of them. He's awesome. Loving it. He's loving it right now.
BCG, finally a breakout over the 65 EMA. Let's see if it can get up to, actually, it may have just tapped the 195 resistance area. But that's the next spot. Is that supply zone from 195 to 211.
You said that was BCG, right?
Yes, sir.
Looks like my charts are back here. You should confirm on yours.
All right. Let's take a look here. Yeah, just have to refresh. CYPH is going to test 288 for the last time. It's as you said that, I think it just broke through it and hit 293. Maybe that's it right there. That's the spot. Still think this has a shot for $3, but $3 and I think some of the other folks resistance areas that's getting hit right now. All right. Let's see if I got the charts.
I don't.
Charts still not loading. Yep. ONDS question mark. Yeah, so that's kind of one of them that I'm looking at right now to see if this is going to push higher. It looks like it's trying to consolidate to do that, but the momentum is slowing, and I'm a little concerned that it's not going to get that give us that breakout to the upside that we're looking for. But we'll see. I'm just watching it. And AMZE, that was an ugly move down to the 65 EMA. Meanwhile, CYPH, here we go, looking for 3, trying for it. XPON climbing higher. IVVD still hasn't hit the trend line, but getting closer.
Tell you what, the day trader spot, was that 294 on CYPH? Or was it 296? It looks like you hit that.
I don't remember exactly what his figure was, but we're right there in that area. There's 295. Big selling away at 298. I mean, this is the area that we're all looking at here for rejection, I think.
It looks like it's pulled off that spot. I actually do have prints up there at 295. I keep reading Cyberpunk too, Bri. That's just how it goes.
Looks like ONDS is going to try and push higher. 753 is the current high. It's trying to get a little bit higher. Sellers in the way at 750 and 753. So we'll see if it can get through those. There it is.
Bang. On this.
Yep. What wonderful price action we're getting out of these names today. Just tickled.
Ooh, he's tickled, guys.
I'm tickled today. Gentleman of culture, I see. 294 was a second target based on the opening range study I said I have in TOS. I mean, it's right on. And there it is. There's 3. So we hit my target too. Everybody's target got hit. CYPH can do whatever it wants now. Well done, everybody. Interesting that Western Digital and Seagate are down
more highs.
Yep.
Take me home on this roads. Let's go. Great job, Crow, on the CYPH swing trade. Boom.
Now, I still think with Ondus, we're going to want to be cautious about $8. Out CYPH, 100% swing trade. Crow, you demand. Taking profits on ONDS puts, says Amanda.
I think those are sold puts. I don't know. I don't want to speak for Amanda. She got all kinds of crazy stuff going on in a good way.
I like the 3-day price action on CYPH. It just had this pop, a little bit of sideways consolidation, and then we popped higher. That's just a 3-day move on the daily chart. Really nice to see. This is CYPH still going higher. This is fantastic. I'm not in this thing anymore, but what a great
311, good band. That's your high print.
Yep. Take care, Lion. Have a good weekend. Great job this week. XPON poll. Same with IVVD and BCG. Some of those morning movers pulling. Day trader, thanks to Gracie. Yeah, this has been a great day.
It really has.
I think it might be I'll have to look at my my journal, but I think this is the best day of the week so far. And I had a pretty good day yesterday with RGTZ.
Yeah, these days where Ondas makes double-digit moves like this, they're pretty much always good.
Usually when I pull up a ticker, one of the first things that I look at, Brian, is the price action and if there's any patterns in it. I look for if it's setting up. And then, I kind of move to some of those things that you're talking about to see what kind of risk am I getting myself into by thinking about taking a trade to this. But I want to see if there's even anything that I can, use to make the trade happen. So the first thing that I look for is if there's any kind of setup, and then I move on to the things that you're talking about. Glenn, you sold Tesla too soon, but you still made money, right? I know that we've had a lot of circumstances where we've sold things too soon. It's just more of a free lesson. You know how if you lose money on something, you kind of have to pay for that lesson. But if you sell too early, well, you get a free lesson, then you made money on it. Maybe when you look at your journal, or if you're looking at the trade later on, you see where you could have stayed in, or where things didn't go as you expected. But I still view it as a free lesson, and I don't think there's any problem with getting out too early. You just don't want to get out too late. Well done on your trade, I think. You got 11.25 out of your trade. I mean, that's fantastic. That's great. Blazed Rhino TOI. The Oncology Institute. Am I getting my charts back yet? Not really, but I'll just go to a different tab. This thing has gone from, is this the open here? So as soon as we opened, this thing went from around 320, and we're up over $4 now. It's trading higher after it had better than expected Q3 sales results, and it raised its guidance. This was yesterday after the market closed, I think. Yes. Let me look and see here with this. Now, I'm sorry I don't have my charts, so I can't give you some.
I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. So I can't really give you some good levels here from Pro. Let me see if I can get some good levels here for you on my broker. That is a very big candle today. One of the biggest that it's had recently. Looks like you're going to get some resistance around 450. If we continue higher, I think that's maybe 425 first, but certainly 450. That's what I would think the next resistance areas we're headed towards are. We do have that 488 high from October 24th. That could absolutely be a level, but I'm just going to go with the first two that I see. And that's going to be 425 and 450. Especially if you look at what happened in August with 450, we couldn't get back up, couldn't close above it, got rejected, went back down to underneath 3. So that's why
CYPH pulling back. Sorry to interrupt you here. CYPH pulling back here. I've got VWAP at 254. Looks like it's testing 285.
I don't think I'd be wanting to mess with CYPH right now. That could be a tweezer top.
Tesla actually looks like this is going to try. This is recapturing 4. It looks like this wants to try and go higher.
Glenn,
On this big time strength.
Pick a smaller amount and stick with those. Because one thing that you don't want to do when you're trading is get overwhelmed, and that's kind of some of the things we talk about with not having a whole huge range of indicators. Keeping it simple helps focus on the trades that are working for you. Maybe just bring it down. I don't know how many you're looking at. Maybe start with 3 to 5. Wow, ONDS, jeez. I think you were absolutely 100% right there, Ryan, with that the VWAP on ONDS. As soon as it came down to there and tested it, that was the launch pad.
Yep. Test the range and then go from there. I don't know why I just had Tesla go up here. I don't know why I can't load the Ondas chart, but team is looking into it.
I really do like Ondas getting up to 8 at this point. I would really like to see that. I don't know if we'll get it, but that'd be pretty good. And a rejection. If we can get a rejection of 8 that takes us lower, it would be setting up a pattern that is going to resolve us much higher. So that's going to probably take a number of weeks, but hopefully that's the result we'll get. So let's see if that's what happens. $8 next resistance. Looks like we're getting some pullback right now, though.
I put the hook for the Ondas Road song in the chat for anyone that's interested, to be sung to Take Me Home Country Roads.
I personally haven't read the Oppenheimer report, Jay. Is there something in there that's concerning?
Which one?
For ONDS, the Oppenheimer report?
Oppenheimer upgrades Ondas. Is that what you're talking about, the upgrade? No, I would love to read that, though, Jay. You have access to that one? Let me see if Zoli can grab that for me.
XPON climbing higher.
Jay says no, it's great. Yeah, I want to read those. I don't get real-time access to those. Sometimes if I try to track it down, I can. I'll try and do that. Oracle, more new highs. Boy, Hugh, that was a great mention on Oracle earlier.
Yeah, I think we actually not only came down to the 200-day SMA, but also came down to about the area where I want to say it was like an earnings report or something, but we kind of blasted off from around this 215 level earlier this year.
Yes, like, Ryan, I did. I actually still think I have that favorited somewhere in my inbox.
Crow, I think it just did. Yeah. I think it just hit it. It just hit $2 and backed off. We just got that. So that's
Ryan. Ryan. The lyrics from this song are pretty good. I can't picture the actual song, a rock anthem it's off of, right? But this was good. this was really good. I'm not going to sing it.
We are past that 10:30 time where volume does leave the market for the lunch hour. So we probably are going to see some turning around, maybe some market weakness for a little while. But what a great morning, folks!
Yeah, this really was. This is the fun Friday that we were hoping for here. SPY and NASDAQ still look like they have strength. They might still push higher here. Dow reversed too. I tell you what, everything looks good here so far.
IVVD, and this one hasn't really given a whole lot this morning, but it has given us some nice reversal action. The trend line that I have here is getting pretty close to being tested. I'm curious if we do get this break through the trend line, if this thing starts to run. You see that? Yeah, okay, you clearly see the trend line. So that if you want to draw one yourself there, just there you are, and that's what I'd be looking to break out. That's the breakout. So. Take us to 275 and higher. 275 and 3 are the resistance areas that I have.
Palantir at the highs now. Apple at the highs. Apple did get through that 273 spot.
We are getting some news that might be contributing to this lift in the broader market. Swiss economy minister is speaking with the media after a deal reached with the United States to lower tariffs on Swiss exports to 50%. And they also agreed to invest $200 billion in the United States.
We knew that was coming. Well, some of us knew that was coming.
Microsoft, Oracle, NVIDIA all went green. Let's see how many of the other mags are green. I think it's just those, just 3 of them, not including Oracle, but Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA. They're the green ones that I see right now, compared to their closes yesterday. I was so happy I bought Palantir at 9 and sold.
Yeah, you know what? I'm happy you did that too. H&H Tactical. We'll give you a register ring for that.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy for you. So when did you buy that? Was that in 2022 or 2021? Had to have been, one of those years, but you get a register ring for your diamond hands.
Yeah, you get a register. Anytime that you make something from like 9 to 180, you will be getting a register ring for that. Glad I held on to that one. Fact check true.
Amanda, the last news that I got was that they're coming out with some kind of product for a Mag 10.
Well, that was the CBOE webinar for yesterday. They're coming out with a Mag 10, which is the Mag 7 plus Broadcom, Palantir. What was the third one that I'm forgetting here?
Hopefully Oracle.
AMD.
Oh, AMD. Okay. But I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Okay, maybe it is.
Folks, 5 minutes. We're going to go over to All Access. We got 5 minutes left here. We're going to do All Access, then Anne-Marie.
Awesome. That'll be great to see what she has to say about all this price action with Oracle. I know she was talking about that earlier this week. I don't think I stuck around to see what you guys were talking about with her, but it sounded like you guys were thinking it was going to go down. So you were right. Oh man, RGTZ just continues to be such a great trading vehicle. Traded it once this morning. It looked like it was a bit of a bear flag, so I don't have a position right now. But maybe if it continues to come down a little bit more, we're going to get an opportunity to load up again. RGTC just been fantastic.
Yeah, keep me posted on that. I'm interested on this, and I took this off my screen and out of sight, out of mind, and I totally forgot about it. You think that 24 area? And actually on the daily chart here, we have a gap fill at 23.5 ish.
Hey, Shady, you have a great weekend. You the man. As far as ONDS, that's what we were looking. No, I'm sorry, what were we looking at? What were we looking
Oracle.
at? Oracle.
I thought Oracle's at that. That's the one at the 200 that Hugh brought up earlier.
Oh yeah, 220. And yeah, Amanda, I think that I agree with you on that. This move is kind of overdone, and it's oversold. So this has been a great reversal. Now, can this recapture 225? That would be, I think, the next question I have. Did we recapture the 50-day, Jay? Let me look here. It looks like we might have. Yep. So far, we're getting very similar price action to last Friday. So I guess the only box left to check is close above yesterday's close. That's really the last thing that needs to happen, I think. Oh, well done, Amanda.
For whatever reason, it looks like that CYPH chart is the only chart I'm having trouble with. I'm able to load them all, so I don't know what's going on with that one. So Friday's the new Monday for price action. Friday's the day for fun. Fun follies on Friday with the family.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we do here.
All right, so my charts are working again. Yeah, it looks like we are still trying to get back into 3 with CYPH. Was mentioning ENGS. Energy Group. Oh, yeah, look at that move it just had. So this just had a
Did we talk about this one yesterday?
Well, we did, because this had some movement yesterday, and it just broke over the high it made yesterday, around 198. So that's been great. And as a matter of fact, I wonder if we look at this 5-minute chart, we look at the past few trading days, if we draw a trend line to the upside, if that kind of gives us an upside target to shoot for today. You see, you have to back out a little bit more, but do you see that? That's
sure do.
Yeah, so if we draw a trend line over there, that might give us an upside target to shoot for, which would put it at about 240, 245. So we'll see if we end up getting that there. It is getting pretty extended up here, but it could continue higher as the price action has shown earlier this week. I mean, we had an 87 RSI on Wednesday, so it certainly has the ability to push higher. Take care, Kevin. You too.
You know what else has the ability to push higher?
Ondas.
ONDS 775 now. Let's see if we can get to 8 there. Take care of yourself, Kev. Really good stuff all week here. And you know what, 13, we might as well just go over to All Access here. This is a great day here today. Any
End
closing
on a
words
high
for the
note.
group? End on a high note. Just like
you know?
Costanza, we're out on a high note.
Let's do it. Folks, what a fantastic week. With all this downside that we had, you'd think, wow, what a kind of week is this? It's a great week is what it was. Hopefully we get some more price action like this where we have high volume, lots of news helping move the market around to the upside and downside. It's what we want. Let's see if we can get that next week. Folks, have a wonderful rest of your week and your weekend. I will see you on Monday. Take care. Goodbye.
13, did you know that Slash is an AC/DC? Yeah, he's the one in the middle. Take care of yourself. We'll see you next week. 13. All right. 13's departure leaves room for the one and only linebackers coach for the Detroit Lions and 16 other high school teams. We're going to bring on Dan Leach. Dan, happy Friday. How you doing?
You too. You know why it's a great week, by the way? Because
we're together here?
Yes, because you get to be with the Squatch right before he leaves for Vegas at 7 a.m.
All right. You need to give me a play.
Lions Sunday Night Football, not because I'm a Lions fan. I think the Lions are the best team in the NFC right now.
Okay, I see your play, and I raise you my own. Look for the Bears to cover against the Vikings on the road here, and it's not because I'm a Bears fan. It's because they're better than the Vikings. I already
told you I like the Bears 2 days ago.
Okay. Dan, what do you got coming up here on All Access, boss?
Very excited. Sudhin Shahani, the co-founder of Surf Air Mobility. Fascinating stuff that they're doing right now, so we're looking forward to talking to him.
All right, I'm going to get out of your hair. Take it away, Dan.
Well, I thank you very much, Rye Guy. And hey, Zingers, and welcome to All Access. I do have a wonderful guest for you today. It is Sudhin Shahani, the co-founder of Surf Air Mobility. Their NYSE ticker is SRFM. He is joining us for an exclusive talk today. All Access starts right now. And it is my true pleasure to welcome in the co-founder of Surf Air Mobility, Sudhin Shahani. Great to be today with you.
Nice to be here, Dan. Thank you for having me.
Hey, the pleasure and honor is all mine. And Sudhin, let's talk about Surf Air Mobility. I know you're on a mission to transform regional air mobility. Can you tell us your approach to how you're achieving that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a few different elements of the business. We're taking what we feel is really a true platform approach here. We've got an air mobility business where we have both a scheduled airline operations as well as an on-demand platform. And what we mean by that, the air operations, think smaller airplanes, more traditional airline. We fly intra-island in Hawaii. We fly a number of routes around the country, which are part of what's called a government subsidized program called Essential Air Service. On the on-demand side, while we focus on short hop regional, we cover sort of a breadth of many more missions. We work with other people's aircraft. We work with about 400 different operators in the space and provide a tech-enabled kind of platform approach for booking and for on-demand charter. And then on the other side, we have a technology business. This is what we're really excited about. We have a software business, which is partnered with Palantir, where we're creating software solutions for all the people in the ecosystem, the brokers, operators, owners, kind of people we work with. And we also have an electrification business where we're working on designing kind of electrified powertrains for the Cessna Caravan.
Very exciting times. For sure, you're getting me fired up to take a ride on Surf Air. I'm looking forward to it. And I know, Sudhin, to make this a reality, there obviously needs to be new types of aircraft that are cheaper and greener. What is Surf Air doing in that area?
Yeah, so I'll take a step back. I mean, the entire industry is investing. I would say there's billions of dollars being invested in this space, and it's all really with a similar goal. When you look at all of the investment are going towards smaller aircraft, so call it 9 seats or less for the most part. And the big picture goal is like, how can we make smaller aircraft affordable on a per seat basis in the same way as larger aircraft are? Like to achieve this idea of like unlock the opportunity of, the US has 5,000 airports that are underutilized. Airlines use maybe 200 or 300 of them. Right. So to truly make it affordable for people to travel on small aircraft, they need to be a range of new projects. There's eVTOL ones, there's conventional takeoff and landing, there's electric, there's hydrogen, there's various different things. Our approach here is we're building the underlying software and the distribution platform to connect customers that we already fly today and operators we already work with today with these aircraft. We also have a project of our own, a more proprietary one, where we're developing electrified and hybrid powertrains for the aircraft type that we fly today. We're the largest operator of an aircraft called the Cessna Caravan. But so our approach, again, is more of a platform and software technology approach.
Yeah, and of course, obviously, software is going to be a big part of this evolution for the regional air market. How are you at Surf Air, positioning yourself to be the leader?
So we're fortunate that in a space which is rapidly expanding, as all these new aircraft come to market, a number of new operators will come and existing operators will have to scale in this kind of smaller format charter aviation world. We are the largest today, one of the largest commuter air operators, kind of the business model that all the new aircraft are looking to go into. And as a function of that, we really saw the need for a software platform that could enable various functions within the business that really in this industry doesn't exist today. So we've partnered with Palantir, who we've been working with for a few years now, first to build the software tools essential for us to optimize our business. We're seeing great results within there. And we're now offering that suite of tools across the industry to the different constituents of the value chain, the brokers, the operators, the owners, and in some sort of enterprise situations, the manufacturers and various other potential custom enterprise clients, which is a platform where we've built the application layer. We own sort of the application piece, and we consider ourselves a domain expert in the space. And we work with Palantir to use that data infrastructure backend, that kind of Foundry AIP platform, and various other things of theirs.
And on top of all that, you also have one of the coolest company names I've ever heard, Surf Air. Gotta love it, Sudhin. I know the company recently completed a $100 million strategic transaction, which I know you said will go to speed up the development and commercialization of Surf OS. How much of that 100 mil will be dedicated to those efforts?
So there'll be $26 million of that is dedicated to the commercialization in 2026 of Surf OS, which is, as I mentioned, we're already using the platform to generate great sort of results internally, and we're rolling it out and expect to see first revenue from that in 26.
And can we talk about how that strategic transaction strengthened Surf Air's balance sheet?
Yeah, absolutely. So, the other $74 million, particularly, is structured as a convertible, zero coupon and a conversion premium, 20% up. And it was the majority of that was used to retire the senior debt at the company. So we exchanged kind of term debt with hybrid with an interest rate, and we exchanged that for a convertible. So we eliminated cash interest payments, and we kind of put ourselves on a path. I would say on a path through that process to make the company debt free.
Very exciting times and things going on at Surf Air, that's for sure. Listen, it was an absolute pleasure talking with you today, Sudhin. Thank you so much for your time. Nothing but the best going forward.
Thank you, Tim.
My pleasure. Can't wait for that Surf Air ride. That was the co-founder of Surf Air Mobility, Sudhin Shahani. Their NYSE ticker is SRFM. Now let's send it back to the man who Chris Hemsworth based his portrayal of the Norse thunder god Thor in the MCU off of course, the great Ryan Faluda.
No, that's a good one. I was hoping you weren't going to tell people that, but since you let the cat out of the bag, it is what it is. Dan, really good stuff. Yeah, you can't have me take the Bears and then say that was my play. That's not how this works. So
I know. I did tell you that a couple days ago. I'll tell you this about the Bears. What is it? 7 of 8 now, or 6 of 7?
They've won. Yeah, they're 6 of their last 7.
Yeah, I will tell you this. When you look at speaking of Norse gods, the NFC Norse, when you look at the division, and for those uninitiated, Lions, Bears, not Tigers, Lions, Bears, Vikings, and Packers. The Packers are schizophrenic. The Vikings have an oft-injured J.J. McCarthy, who I love and has a huge upside. Go Blue. The Bears have a team that is emerging with our former Lions offensive coordinator, and the Lions are the best of the bunch. But all 4 teams are really good, Ryan, when all is said and done, both by the eye test and by probably overall win percentage. The NFC North might end up being the best division in football. And I think the good news is, I'm not saying the Bears aren't ready to be a Super Bowl team yet, but maybe in the next couple of years, they'll have a chance. Whoever gets out of that division, not necessarily wins it, but whoever is the team that ends up going the furthest in the playoffs, it'll probably be because they were battle tested against very good division opponents, whether those games were at home or on the road. As I told you earlier this year, as long as the Lions hold serve, at least beating each division team once, hopefully all at home, but obviously they can't do that with losing to Minnesota. If you win at least one game against each team, you can still win the division. You win 2, you're looking really good. the bottom line is it's a really talented, exciting, and tough division.
Yeah, this is what it was supposed to be last year, and the Bears didn't hold up their end of the bargain, losing 10 straight. So without a doubt, we're actually seeing that this year. Thanks for Ben Johnson. He's the real deal. I really appreciate that. What I will say here, I'm with you on the division, right? You got to split, right? You can't get swept. That's really the big test coming up here for the Bears. They're going to have to get a couple of those wins back. They got boat raced by the Lions, who I agree is still the cream of the crop of the division there. They got boat raced earlier.
I got one more play for you, by the way.
Yeah, give it to us.
I'm going against the public, and that's why I win so much. I'm very humble, by the way. Rams at home with my MVP preseason bet at 50-1, Matt Stafford against the really good Seahawks. It's a wacky spread. It's 3.5. It's obviously over a key number. I would tell people to buy it down to 2.5, but I think the Rams win that game by 10. I love the Seahawks. I love what Sam Darnold's doing. I love what he did in Minnesota. I didn't love Minnesota because they're a division opponent, but I love what he was doing as a former Darnold fan. I think the Rams win that game by 10 or more. The Rams and Stafford are legit. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
The All-American. Everybody's All-American Matt Stafford. He's been unbelievable.
I used to wait on him at J. Alexander's when I was getting my act together. I'm 14 years sober now. I waited on him and Kelly like the year after they got married. He would get salmon. She would get a grilled chicken salad every time.
Okay, that's good to know. I got a J. Alexander's right by me. That's I've heard really good things about them.
It's phenomenal.
I mean, Matt and Kelly, I've heard really good things about people. They're phenomenal people.
When he was a rookie, he was a little entitled, a little kind of and then he really grew up fast, and he is super nice, super generous, and just the family is amazing. They've been through a lot off the field stuff.
Yeah,
they're both incredible human beings.
Okay. Dan, really good stuff. Appreciate the insight. You'll have to let me know what the best item to order off the J.A. Alexander menu is. I'm curious to that.
Steak Maui medium rare.
Steak Maui medium rare. All right. You didn't even hesitate.
Best
right?
steak in the world.
You didn't even hesitate. All right, Dan, have yourself a great weekend. Good luck with your picks. You are humble. LOL. We'll see you next week. Take care.
Hey, love you, man. Off to Vegas. I'll let you know how it goes.
All right. Safe travels. That is Dan Leach. Let's see if any of his bets hit. Maybe we'll come up with a betting segment, but his departure leaves room for Anne-Marie. Let's go ahead and bring her on. Anne-Marie, how you doing today?
Pretty good. How about you?
Really, really good. We've had a great day here today. It's been fun. We've actually had several day trading opportunities here. It's been really, really good. So no complaints here.
Excellent.
I did want to start with a question, though, here.
Sure.
I wanted to ask you something. So we flagged earlier, I don't know if you saw this, but there was some news on ticker CDTX today, Cidara Therapeutics. Stock closed at like $102 yesterday or thereabouts, and it got bought out today at $221.50. An unbelievable premium paid for this company, over 100%.
Someone strike again?
What's that?
Give me the strike again.
So the unusual options trade was the November 21st, the monthly 70 call. CDTX, Charlie Delta Tango X-Ray.
Okay, so obviously insider trading.
So that's what I wanted to get to. We had two questions here real quick. Number one, was it you? Because someone suggested that the trade was structured so well, it almost reminded them of Anne-Marie. It made $4.38 million. Pretty awesome.
Yes, I can neither confirm nor deny.
Okay.
No, I would say that would have to be some sort of insider trading event. I would not be surprised to see the SEC spend a little time at the door of said person who bought this. They're thinking, it's little, let's see if we can get away with it. Not so fast.
It was only, and I say this facetiously, it was only 300 contracts, but it was 300 contracts so deep in the money. I don't even know if I've seen a trade that deep in the money before.
Very interesting. Yeah. Do you mean deep in the money or out of the money?
Yeah, there were 70 calls. The stock's $200.
Oh, I see.
They closed them today. There's 7 contracts still held open.
That's very interesting. Wow. That's like that's like buying the stock, only not buying the stock. That's very interesting.
It is
But
very
yes, I
interesting.
would still imagine it was an insider event.
Okay, let me further. I know we're going to get into the option trades here, but I'm going to further complicate this entire thing for you here.
Do it. Bring it.
I love the energy. All right, let me scroll down here. This is something else that we had just talked about earlier today. Let me go back and share my screen here real quick. There we go. Okay, here we go, Anne-Marie. You ready to blow your mind?
I am ready.
All right. Yesterday, we got a piece of news after hours that Merck is close to deal to acquire Sedera. That was yesterday night, and then today we got the news that it was official.
Wow.
So I've set up a news feed to try and capture some of this. We'll see if I'm able to maybe mess around with some of these. I know this came after hours, but you wouldn't have been able to do options on it. You would have had to do equity. But just a thought I had when I see that cross the wire, something that gigantic, gotta call it out. Yeah, so wild stuff. All right, let's get back to something a little bit more actionable. What do you have for us today?
So I wanted to share with everybody, let's take a look at what the SPY's actually been doing over the last 2 weeks. Here's something very interesting. So remember, we had our little government shut down, but have a look-see at how prices behaved this would be the second Friday in a row. I said that this morning for the Benzinga Pro members. I said, hey, listen, don't be surprised if you got an upside Friday, simply because last Friday we did the same thing. But you go, well, that's just a bounce. But look at the entire week before, all the way down, Friday up. We get to about Tuesday, all the way down, and we got a pervasive bid under the market. What do we know about this? They're going to buy the dip. It is still a space that says long-term portfolio managers are still not beating the benchmark of the SPX. So what are they going to do on those dips? What do you think?
Buy them.
I think they're going to buy them. And so we should have ourselves, you know what happens when you should all over yourself, so please be careful about that. So what we should see is this kind of Monday, Tuesday reflexive motion. A lot of people on the back foot, not paying attention to market rhythm. And the rhythm says we are caught in a big fat box. What's changed? Essentially, nothing. Yesterday we found out, hey, we might not get any data. What? People freak out, uncertainty, things get moved down. We're back in the buy zone. And so easily we head up into the spaces north. Now, as you know, our seasonality bar, which only comes on our weekly chart, told us that there was a likelihood of some kind of dip into the 20th. That's flattened out a little bit, intimating that the dip that was suspected back then has been accomplished, and so now we'll do up to flat and then the grinding motion, at which point there may be another little wiggle on the 8th, at which point it'll be another buying position for us. So chances are, statistically speaking, and if this holds, we're looking at buying opportunities that move us into the upside into the next couple of weeks. So how might we trade that on the cheap? First thing, let's go someplace super easy and let's go to SPY, right? If we take a look, how is this one doing? All right, so we'll get something maybe a little bit better than that. But let's anticipate that we have an updraft event coming into the SPY from this area into, say, the top of the zone. But we're going to give it into the week before we get our next leg down. And so let's see if this weekly gives us anything a little cheaper, anything a little bit more expensive. Okay, so let's go to 690. 700. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more expensive. And 710. There's about 25. You might go, maybe I'll just take the December 695, 705. Or you could say, well, wait a second, if it really starts running, the call wall is sitting up at 700. So if I get into the call wall, I'd like to get into the call wall. And so if I hit the call wall, I bet my resolution is too low for me to get that drift. If I get into the call wall and it comes into, hey, buddy, 700, and no, I wasn't talking to you, Ryan.
I know that was a voice talking to an animal. I do that all the time. My cat's name is Buddy. I've heard that a billion times. I knew exactly what that was.
We could do, the 700, 710, 720 is only 50 cents. So if you're looking for something that gives you a little bit of a hedge that might just grow dramatically up in the next couple of weeks, and then you could peel it off for maybe 2-3x, not a bad idea. It looks like a cheap route in terms of just running the upside and then working on your other positions. So
yeah, I like that one a little bit more. I think with the butterflies, when they're in that 50-cent range, that to me is more
easier.
of a no-brainer. Yeah,
easier to hang on to. All right, so you and I have chatted a bit about gold. I have all kinds of things that I think are going on gold, but a lot of people are talking about it. So let's give it a little love and see what's been going on essentially. So a little backdrop. I have listened to a couple of macro guys that everybody knows this. We have many more derivatives in the physical financial derivatives of the physical gold/silver than there actually is gold and silver. And so two things have to happen if this gets corrected. If we are trading, we are literally we have 8x, and that's a conservative number, 8x of what the actual physical instrument is versus the financials, right? So that's 800% more financialized than there is. So something's amiss, especially if people start going, no, I need the gold, or no, I need the silver. So what they're saying is that, hey, gold is going to move off the rails, but the problem is we got to get rid of some of these financialized instruments in order to fix that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And so even though gold spot might physically appreciate, the financial side of that is going to fade. And so the question then becomes, all right, how are they going to do that? And what the premise is that they are going to reduce confidence in the instrument. And this is how they're going to do it. They're going to bid it up and crash it down, and bid it up and crash it down, and bid it up and crash it down until people go, I can't hold that anymore. I'm going to lose my shirt. And we saw that just the other day when I sent you that note that said, hey, listen, somebody just placed a concerted, organized block call structure worth 96 million bucks, and it came on at 10 o'clock 2 days ago. So watch this. Here's the 15-minute chart. Here it is. Right here, as soon as it opened up, they started buying them. And they bought them all the way up but they were buying them way out of the money. 400,
Mm-hmm.
415, 425, something like that, maybe even 390. But they bought them all up. And then in the next day and in the overnight, they started selling the gold futures, and then everything crashed down, moved into the space. And now people are saying, wait, what was that? And it's causing I don't want to get involved here right now. Things are going a little bit crazy. So why am I saying this? I'm saying this because in the short term, we're going to see a ton of very interesting opportunity that does not normally exist in an instrument like this. And so, how would you want to trade it? And my thought is, in a very bizarre way, we could do one of two things. We could buy one iron condor, or we could buy two butterflies. Of course, the butterflies are going to be cheaper,
Mm-hmm.
so we can do that. All right, but let's take a look at where the edges of the hedges might be sitting.
That's the name for a band, The Edges of
The
the
edges
Hedges.
of the
That
hedges,
is
yeah.
a band, a song title. Maybe I'll use AI to help me come up with a stock trading
Do
song
it.
called The Edges of the Hedges. That's
Let's
too good to
go.
pass up.
I want to hear it. We got to get somebody to sing it. Like,
Yeah, because you don't want me doing that. You'll never talk to me again.
we get an AI version of Dave Grohl. That's a good voice that we might fit into. All right. Not on the bingo
producer,
card
make
that
it
she knows
so.
Dave Grohl. What?
I said, producer, make it so. I know Dave Grohl. I was a huge
Of
Foo
course
Fighters
you
fan.
do.
So I mean, come on now.
But you are hip, and I'm not. I'm the short bus girl, remember? Okay, moving on. Okay, moving on. So let's take a look at this, and let's give it some time to do what it's going to do. So if you want to give it, and that's me playing in the chains all night. So my suspicion is that it probably takes until February for this one to unwind or to go wherever it's going. And so let's go upside and then downside. Let's go 400. Oh, gee. 410. Probably 415. And then 430. Let's see how much they are charging there. As long as it's cheap, it's going to be a pretty nice run. Okay, it's over a buck, but you could tighten that spread a little, even maybe go out a little further, make this the 415, because we saw strikes all the way up to 430. So you could literally take 415 to 425 to 435. And that's a big expansion event, right?
Yeah, it is.
40 cents. If it fills, it's $40 for 1,000 of upside. So really, really big, lot of motion. My suspicion is that the people that they have to bail out are going to be the ones that have been short gold institutionally, have themselves upside down in the trade, and they want to create that space that allows them the opportunity to unwind. And so my thought is I'm going to look at, let's see where this one goes. I want to double check one thing. Hang on. I see 350, but I want to look at the real breakaway. Yeah, I'm going to go 350 to 330. So let's see. We've got 350, 330. Ooh, That one might be a little bit wide. 2, 3, 10. So that's a little wider, right? For me, simply that's what I'm thinking about. But if it fails and you go, all right, what if I do the 330 to 320 to 310, 28 cents insurance event that allows gold to really fall out of bed before it gets its next rise up. I know this is a bizarre exposure event, but if it works, it's going to be great. And if it doesn't work, you're out a couple $100 if you put that spread on the space. But listen, you want to talk about major shenanigans on the horizon? It's going to happen in these metals markets. 100%. They just moved silver to, instead of a regular industrial metal, they reclassified it as an important strategic metal. And so people are thinking, hey, that's going to put a floor on silver, but silver is where most of the problem is. There's more than 10 times the derivative action in silver than there is
Interesting.
silver ready to deliver. So these ETFs are going to blow up. Goes to zero before people get to ask for delivery of this, because it's already, you have to wait a minimum of 90 days if you ask for delivery of a silver contract. And some of them from the London Metals Exchange, they're into 150 days and not delivered yet.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. I know this is a little off topic, but it's a big deal. A lot of things we could do. Second thing is we could look at some miners and see if we get some cool cat stuff there.
Okay.
What is the tag for Majestic Silver? Majestic Gold. First Majestic Silver, AG. Cheap stuff. Let's take a look at the chart. Okay, so Majestic Silver is sitting in a space where, short put might not be a bad idea, right? Let's see if we say, hey, I want to acquire that. These are pretty cheap. So you could give this a little room to do its thing. I know these are longer term trades, folks, but when the market gets like the way it is right now, there's so much vol on either side. If you take a short-term trade, you better be quick or you're going to be dead. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So use time as your superpower. Open interest in the December 26. Wow, there's a lot accumulating right here. So you could say, hey, if you let me have that for $7, I'll pay you 66 cents for it. No biggie. These are miners. These are the purest silver miners. But interestingly, most silver is found as now a derivative of other things, because all the silver is literally at the top of the whatever part of the earth that's called, and
crust.
most of it's already been mined. And so the way they mine it now is in derivative action. It's sort of a byproduct of other things that they're mining, which is really bizarre. But
yeah, they do this with gold too, right? Like when they scrape up rock and then they remove the rock and they're left over with gold, and a byproduct of that is also silver.
Oh, I did not know that.
Well, so again, in some of these veins, you'll actually have gold and silver in some places. So when they blast this rock out and melt it down, they're trying to extract the elements from it. Their target is gold, but there's almost always some silver on the side.
Interesting. All right. So that being said, if we take a look at December 2026, already 25,000 sitting here at the 15 strike. That's pretty crazy. So if you're looking for just a regular spread, $1.50, $1,000 wide, to me, that's great. What I like to do, of course, ladies and gents, is do the back ratio. It doesn't give me quite the credit I want, but I might make that 22 and then just roll it forward over time, see if it catches up with me. Right? Give me a 36-cent credit, and, I can make a ton of money. You just want to keep your eye on this, and as it moves forward, you can really get yourself in that's December. I would like, what am I doing? Let's do Jan. All right, 54-cent credit. So that's my thought on that unusual collection. Does anybody have anything else? We can get maybe a couple more in there to see what's going on. We know Tesla's sort of fallen off a cliff, but as we talked about, we have this rotation going on where we're moving into sort of that midstream event, a little bit of profit taking, but making the index by and large stronger, although it feels a little painful.
Yeah. Feels painful in the moment, but I think that you're right. The more we kind of diversify out and spread out into some of these other things, the stronger the market is actually going to be on that. I don't have any off the top of my head. I would turn this over to the group. If y'all folks have one, I can't remember if they mentioned any earlier. I'm trying to scroll back up and see. I don't have. No, I'm sorry, I haven't got any suggestions here.
Yeah,
oh, you know what? We did have a question here though, real quick.
Sure.
Maybe we'll do this.
Yes.
EKS, where is your question? Where is your question? Here we go. EKS said the call wall strategy. Ryan, need to discuss in more detail sometime. Describe it how you look for the various, how you look at the setup for various indexes, including gold. Can you talk a little bit about the call wall that you talked about earlier?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'll call you Eeks because that just sounds good for
my
Friday.
voice doesn't go that high, so that's on you.
The women, thank you.
Oh,
So let's look at how you identify a call wall. So what you want to do is you want to go to the most recent instrument, monthly expiration. And let's say you're looking at gold, right? Taking a look at gold, you want to go to the monthly instrument that is the biggest monthly one. You don't want to go to weeklies because those fall into 0 DTE walls and they turn into different kinds of gamma levels. So the way you find a wall, let's think intuitively about that, what that might mean. A wall is something that you're going to bump into because there's got some method of force there. So walls are created because the option market, it's much easier to make money in the options market selling premium very far away, but keeping an eye on it. And so you would sell it way up high and you'd sell it way down low. And so you collect that little bit of profit in between. Now, what happens is a lot of institutions trade that way. Why? Because they don't care about collecting 12 cents because they've sold 175,000 of them, right? And if they can do that all the time, they'll be in great shape. So let's take a look at where the call wall in gold is. So if we scan down the calls, we're going to see open interest that's got big strikes. Now, I was talking to Ryan the other day, and I sent him a snapshot of what was going on inside of these chains 2 days ago. And there literally was, I looked and it said there was 5 times the normal volume in gold options than normal. And so when you go looking for them, these numbers were like 175,000 and 140,000, and now they look pretty normal, right? You can see that the call wall, this 65,000 area, is at 360. Then there's another one that's bigger, that's 78,000. So you always look for the biggest one in open interest. It was in the money. It's now out of the money. So this number here, 380, at this time, in this moment, is telling us that when the price gets to 380, three things are going to happen. It's going to stay at 380. It's going to accelerate past 380. And it's going to reject 380. Your immediate response should be, thanks, Captain Obvious. What else you got for me? And so the answer is in what they do that tells you what to do. So you wait for them. And so what happens is those guys go in and they go, hey, let's go ahead and sell some gold real hard and see if we can scare these buyers out of buying any more gold. That's the first thing they're going to do. The second thing they're going to do is go, uh-oh, we're not scaring these buyers. We need to buy with them. And so at that level, you're going to see wicks start to move like this, and then somebody will back down. The buyers will back down, or the sellers will back down. But whenever they make the choice, that's when you make the choice. Because all you have to do is ride the wave. You do not have to position and go, oh, this is going to be a break to the north. Wait to see who wins that rock fight. And the more options that are sitting at a space, the bigger the rock fight is going to be. That's why you look at a wall of positioning, because you know they're going to fight there. And if they fight there, somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose.
And you're basically going to follow the winner.
Exactly. We are not here to hug on the downtrodden. We are here to step on the necks and run forward into the fight. And I know that sounds savage, but trading.
But we're savages, so that makes sense.
I know, exactly. Trading is a savage game. It is. So, yeah. And now, if you look at a put wall, you can see the put wall at 375. Here's the flip side of that worry. What do you think the put wall wants to do? They want to stay higher than that $375 point. So right now, they don't care. They're like, woohoo, you guys fight it out over here at 380. That's fine. If it gets there, if it comes into 375, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to go, ooh, let's buy up gold and scare the sellers out of getting in more product. And if they sell and get it, and they do that, then, you know, if they buy more product and then the gold sellers go, I'm getting out of here, the put sellers stay in command. So the bottom line of this story is, when you sell a call and you sell a put, you want price to be in between that edge, in between those. Otherwise, only one side is going to win. If it's in between both of them, both sides are going to win. And so it's very important to see where these call and put walls are, because it tells you where the battleground is sitting. Doesn't tell you who's going to win, doesn't tell you how long the fight's going to be. It just tells you there's going to be a fight. And so you have to be prepared for that.
Okay. EKS, there you go. How was that? Hopefully that was good for you too. Super Sam here. If you want to address this, Anne-Marie, I've got this twice here from Sam. I'm not really sure how you want me to handle it, but maybe you can explain a couple of different legs of this. Sam says, any chance in the future that you can do simpler calls? These get complicated and some of us don't have the clearance.
Okay.
So you want to talk about, I'd say the way that you should handle this is talk about why you do this, why it's important, and why that person that doesn't have clearance should get that clearance.
Okay. So, number one, I do understand that options can be daunting when you stare at them. But really, we think like this anyway. If you sit on the couch and you go, hey, do I want to order DoorDash or do I just want to send one of my kids to go pick dinner up? What you're weighing is, do I want to pay for that added premium and get the rewards of DoorDash coming to me if it actually does come? Or do you want to sort of hedge that bet a little bit? So I'm going to say to you, I am a serial options seller. And I will tell you why. Because statistically speaking, option sellers make a lot more money than option buyers. Why? Because when we buy an option, we buy a volatility risk, we buy a time premium, and we buy a speed of motion premium. So we buy all those things. If I buy all of those things, there are three ways that I can lose. I lose all my premium because time goes away. I lose all my premium because my option doesn't move. Or I lose most of my premium because the price doesn't move in the stock fast enough. So if I am saying to you, hey, put a spread on, put a butterfly on, what do you want to do? Do you want to pull the handle on a slot machine 20 times and run out of your bucket of coins? Or do you want to look at the market in a statistical way that says, listen, people who have been around for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, this is what they do to stay in the game. That's why I don't buy calls outright. Now, once in a great blue moon, I will. But in good conscience, my goal is to deliver value. And because I only see you 2 days a week, if I say, hey, listen, go out and buy this call spread or this call. Let's say I just say, go out and buy this call at 510 at the money, right? Because I can see, hey, maybe it'll go right into the call wall. You can make whatever. If that doesn't go anywhere, you're out $500.
Yeah.
And you know who you're going to blame? You're not going to blame you.
Yeah, that's right.
You're going to blame me.
That's exactly right.
You are. You're going to blame me. How do I know that? Been around the block.
Yeah, because I've seen it a few times.
Yeah.
All right. Really good stuff. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Great as always. Do me a favor and enjoy the rest of your weekend or your weekend, and we'll follow up next week. All right.
All right.
All right. Sorry.
That's all right. So good.
That is Anne-Marie Band. We'll check in with her next week. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie's departure leaves room for Paulo. Let's bring him on. Paulo, sorry we're a minute late here. How are you today?
Hello, Ryan. How are you? Thankfully, all good. Looking some panic setups that might actually turn up into a strong buy the dip opportunities.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Buy the dip has worked so far here today, Paulo. I'll get out of here. Take it away, boss.
Thanks. All right. Okay.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. How is it going? I hope we all are having a great week, and we are actually not falling into panic in the market. And let's start our live session here. As always, remember, if you would like to request any stock, any ticker, any chart you would like to see, I can see here the chat room. So just type the ticker and we can run some technical analysis on it. I do have some stock setups I would like to share. Also, I would like to update on some of the stock picks we have been discussing. And of course, we're going to leave some time for some requests. And yes, we have them right there. Okay, so first, let's start actually with the markets, with the indices here. All right, so in the S&P 500, what are we seeing? We're seeing an initial pullback. I personally do think we're going to see a bit of a correction, but it would end up being a buying opportunity. So for the market, we actually had the breakout last week, and I don't know if we remember last Friday, we were discussing, we had this strong bullish breakout in price action, and the breakout comes from the macro channel. It's a 6-year structure that was validated on 2018 tops, and also through the COVID crash, through the bear market, and further validated through the liquidation day, I was going to say, the liberation day crash we saw on April the 5th. And this one can also be structured as an Elliott wave count, starting on COVID on the very oversold weekly RSI. We have a wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, and we would be on our final wave 5. Each bull market can actually be subdivided into 5 waves as well. And I'm sure if we start zooming in and going into lower time frames, we could also even subdivide these waves. But for the weekly channel, we are going to look at it like this. So we're actually breaking above the indicator, above the structure, but we did had a rejection here on the indicator. So I wanted to start by sharing this. It's important, and I'm actually starting to do this much more constantly, to also chart our momentum indicators. It can be the RSI, it can be the ROC. And momentum indicators, usually, it's of course, it's not a golden rule, but usually they either have a breakout or a breakdown before price action, indicating the potential upcoming move. So we can see here how 2 Fridays ago, let me zoom in, we had a bullish breakout in price, but it was not validated on the indicator. Indicator RSI on the weekly time frame was actually rejecting, indicating that this was a fake breakout. Given that fact that this was a fake breakout and we're kind of still on the retest, I do think we're going for a potential wave 2 correction, which could bring us somewhere around 6,430 to the 0.236 Fibonacci retracement from the April lows. Of course, this would be a buying opportunity if this is going to be a new Elliott wave structure developing. I do know the week time frame, it's much overextended, but it still does seem that we are still on a bull market. This would be a correction within a bull market, and what I'm looking to would be the banner cycle top, which the signals usually happen at the end of the year from the banner cycle. Our next top for the banner cycle would be 2026. So according to it, we could see maybe, of course, a potential top maybe around October, November. Of course, this is a day-by-day market. And if we actually start breaking below the 0.382 Fibonacci retracement, even though I wouldn't be discussing this level right now. Right now, I would just focus on 6,400. If we start breaking below this buy the dip zone, then I think the macro scenario could be starting to change. But so far, I would say there could be a bit more of a dip, but it would be a great buying opportunity. Now let's go here with the NASDAQ. And for the NASDAQ, we actually broke out of the channel as well. We had a breakout on the channel. Indicator was actually not signaling a breakout in momentum 2. And for the NASDAQ, I would be looking at a potential retest of support somewhere, at a potential retest of our previous breakout, somewhere around 23,500, which would be the 0.236 to 0.382 Fibonacci retracement range. If we start breaking below that range, things would start getting a bit more bearish, but I do think we are kind of set for a potential healthy correction on what still, I would say, still up into this day remains a bull market. For the Dow, we have a similar scenario. we actually had, again, a breakout this week, but not on the indicator, not on the momentum indicator. We actually had a rejection. Now we are actually back inside the range for the Dow. The buy the dip setup would be somewhere around maybe 44,000, 45,000. So the indices kind of look like we're ready to continue this drop. Let's actually do the math on SPX. If we actually reach that 0.236, that would be a 7% pullback. A correction, it's actually 10% to 15%. Bear market is above 20. I don't think, even though we're seeing a lot of bearish sentiment with the Michael Berry puts and with the AI bubbles and all that, I'm not saying we're not developing a bubble. I think the market can remain irrational longer than we can remain solvent if we, of course, we're shorting the market. Not personally my case on a long-term time frame, right? So we could see some more volatility, maybe a 7%. The 0.3 would be 11%, 1150. I think maybe somewhere around here. But I do think this would be a dip buying opportunity. And the reason I think this would be a buy the dip opportunity is because some important stocks have been actually consolidated since July, and their longer term bullish structures remain valid. So let's go with those ones. I see we have some requests. Of course, we're absolutely going to check NTLA and also the others. So let's go here. And first, we're going to actually start with Marvel, I would say. All right, so Marvel is still holding. We are not able to break into higher highs, but what we're seeing is a potential beach ball effect. The name is a bit funny, but the beach ball effect is actually when the market is dropping, the stocks that are able to kind of maintain that momentum and consolidate a bit are the ones that we could look to outperform once the market starts bouncing back again. So for Marvel, it does seem that we are actually starting a new Elliott wave structure. We would be on wave 3. What I like is the breakout on the momentum indicator. This is a very strong signal breaking out from oversold. It looks like Marvel would be continuing this run into a potential overbought levels. We're bouncing from our previous high somewhere around 84. Maybe we could drop a bit more. We also have the 20 simple moving average here on the middle Bollinger Band. So even though we might see some more chop around, I do think Marvel is presenting a very good buying opportunity. Also, the volume we are seeing at the lows of our structure, we can see how this big volume happened here. It actually marked the start of its previous bull market. And now we're seeing even much more volume here for Marvel. It looks very, very good. And actually, let me bring 1 second some fundamentals for the stock as well. So I'm sorry, it was here. So for Marvel, we can actually see revenue. Revenue, it's actually increasing very good. And it's also important when we see a stock crashing like that. For Marvel, it went from 125 to 50. Imagine that. But how was revenue performing? Revenue for Marvel keeps going very, very good. And another thing I like a lot for Marvel, let me bring here. Of course, it does have important backing by financial institutions. 1 second, let me show the major holders for Marvel. It 0.34 insiders, 88% institutions. It's not loaded up on retail. We have FMR as a major holder with 14%. Then we have Vanguard with 9%. We have BlackRock with 6.94. What I like is the insider transactions. And let's do the math. Insider transactions for Marvel last 6 months. We are November, October, September, August, July, June, right? Okay, so since June, past 6 month activity for Marvel, all right, the past 6 month activity, check the insider buying to selling. We have 200,000 purchases against 15,000 sales. Insider buying is completely bullish on Marvel. So past 6 months, this very strong insider buying, And where is that happening? It's happening right here with this volume. So, well, now actually Marvel is my favorite. I would say could be maybe my favorite setup. I do think it has everything. It has the technicals on the chart. It has the Elliott wave structure. It has the breakout on the momentum indicator. It has the volume. It has the revenue, and it has the insider activity. I like a lot this stock for long term. Another stock I like a lot here is Adobe. What I like on Adobe is that there's actually no 2025 bull market yet for the stock. We are actually forming a constant bullish divergences on the weekly time frame. We can see all these slightly lower lows are actually lower highs on the indicator. We are seeing some nice volume. How is revenue going for Adobe? We might be wondering, wow, that chart looks strong. I mean, is the company actually decreasing? No. Revenue, it's actually very healthy. Operating margin, actually, it's around 30% for Adobe too. So when we see a stock that back in 2022 was valued at almost 700 per share, doing 3.94 billion in revenue, and now we are almost 50% down, and we're doing 6 billion in revenue. That is, I do think this is a very nice setup here for Adobe as well. So when we actually also check the insider activity for Adobe, of course, it also has strong institutional holders such as Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street being the major three holders here. Vanguard and BlackRock basically with 10% each, State Street with 5%. Then, of course, we have Morgan Stanley, GOD Capital, and insider transaction, still 86% institution. I like that. An insider transaction for Adobe, it's also very strong. Another one I like before we go into the bearish ones, and of course NTLA, which is not working out so far, I would also like to share Salesforce here. So Salesforce has been getting also a lot of bearish sentiment, but what we're seeing is a beach ball effect for the stock. Salesforce is actually kind of consolidating, and what I like is we're having a breakout on the momentum indicator too. We also have a couple bullish divergences. We can see this was a lower low, but it was a higher low on the RSI indicator. Even though maybe, it's just a chart, we could maybe break out a bit. I do think Salesforce could be ready for a potential rebound. I do think at least we could be retesting 295, and I do think we're going to see a potential retest of all-time highs if we remain on a bull market. For Salesforce, of course, we can see also big important institutional holders. And what I also like is that the past 6 months of activity for Salesforce is also showing a lot of insider activity buying. We have 860,000 purchases last 6 months against 200,000 sales. So if we go into the chart, basically from here, all this has been a 4-to-1 insider buying to insider selling. And now let's go, unfortunately, with the losing trade. Of course, we are going to show here NTLA. So for NTLA, I'm not going to speculate on the price. Let's actually discuss here what happened. Let's bring it 1 second. All right. NTLA actually had a big crash, and this volume so far, we are actually dropping a bit low. The first question would be if this is a pump and dump. And of course, we do have to kind of see what is going on here. So if it is a pump and dump, I personally don't believe it, because we are going, but I'm yet not sure if it's going to recover or if maybe what happened with the trial. The patient, let's explain that in a second. First, let's go here with the holders. RKK owns 10.30 of the stock, and then we have Vanguard at 9.54, BlackRock, Morgan Stanley, State Street, GOD Capital, So it's strong institutional investors, and the insider activity is very strong in purchases. So what I do think, if it is a pump and dump or not, is if this would be a pump and dump, I don't think we would be seeing this insider activity. I don't think we were seeing mostly insider activity. So now let's go back into the chart. Before we had this weekly candlestick, which actually already adjusted the volume, NTLA, we have to zoom in, like if we would be trading, oh my God, the breakout had a lot of volume, which doesn't show like that on the chart anymore because the volume on this big gap down has been much, much stronger. So we cannot remain bullish on the stock because of the previous volume, because the volume kind of already flipped and now we have this big candlestick. So all this move, of course, genomic stock such as CRISPR, such as NTLA, I would say it's a very early market. Many of them don't even have kind of important revenue or no revenue at all. So it's kind of like a bit like a setup like quantum computers. It's not a long-term investment for results right now. It's more like a very high risk to reward setup. I'm still on my NTLA position. I got somewhere in around 10, 11, but I do have to be honest. I want to see how this develops. I'm not going to say right now bullish or bearish because this has been a complete sell-off here, a complete capitulation. So all this move was on the trials for one of their biggest gene editing therapies. It was looking very good, very strong, but unfortunately, and very unfortunate, a patient actually had a liver complication. And unfortunately, very sad news, the patient ended up dying. So, of course, that's tragic news. Very unfortunate for the patient, for their family as well. So I'm not going to, for respect, I'm not going to speculate on price and draw supports on that. But I would like to see NTLA maybe 2 to 4 weeks from here. What I'm personally going to do is, if once the market potentially ends this corrective phase, if I see NTLA recovering, I think I will remain on the position. But if NTLA doesn't recover, they also have the hold on their gene editing therapies by the FDA. So let's see also how that goes. But I do think we're going to see some consolidation. This actually killed completely the momentum. So even though long term might be still bullish, I mean, I do think they had a step back. It's still very early on what they're doing, but I do think this is more like a step back than a pump and dump. Of course, that can end up being dead money for a while if we actually go into a consolidation. If we actually start a stage one accumulation from here, I do think I might be positioning this money on a stock that might be looking like a bullish breakout. So with NTLA, let's see 2-4 weeks out from here. I want this panic a bit to slow down and then let's see. I'm not going to panic sell the position. I'm down a bit, true, but let's see how this one recovers. Now let's see if we have any requests here. NTLA, yes, we already saw it. Let's see. All right, MicroStrategy, yes, of course. I have MicroStrategy charted here. And that one would be located. No, first for MicroStrategy, I'm sorry, I wanted to, we have to do Bitcoin. And then we can come to MicroStrategy. So for Bitcoin, I was already going to forget. So for Bitcoin, we are in the buy zone. It might sound a bit funny, I know, but we were discussing this setup 2 Fridays ago, and we were looking at a potential retest here of 95 to 100,000 range. We're actually bouncing from the bottom of this support, and we also do have a descending wedge pattern on the RSI indicator. Now, as we mentioned, it is important to also chart our RSI indicators. So if we actually see Bitcoin breaking below here, that would be a big bearish signal. That would be indicating Bitcoin might be breaking into an oversold on the weekly time frame, and that would be initially invalidating the possibility of a new Elliott wave cycle developing for Bitcoin. I do think this is a wave 2, which could be finding a potential bottom soon. Now, the trick with crypto is that it is full of liquidity grabs. So even I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a breakdown and a liquidity grab to the 0.786 Fibonacci, which would be the final level for the bulls if this is a new bull market for Bitcoin. And that level would be 85,000. So if we actually break below 85,000, then the indicator we are breakdown, and then that would absolutely, I think that would signal a bearish reversal on the weekly time frame for Bitcoin. So far, I do personally think this is a buying opportunity here for Bitcoin. Despite there can be a bit more chop around, I think this is an ABC correction on a wave 2 structure, and we could actually continue a bit higher. For Ethereum too, I was actually looking for a potential bottom around the 0.3, but we broke below that level, and now we're at the 0.5 Fibonacci, kind of around, kind of close to meet the Bollinger Band on the weekly and the 0.682. I do think Ethereum is on a wave 2 correction. The indicator actually went, the RSI indicator actually went from oversold into overbought, indicating we could be starting a much stronger bull trend for Ethereum. And right now we would be retesting kind of equilibrium around the mid on the indicator. So now let's go back to MicroStrategy, keeping in mind that the crypto market kind of looks like a potential bottom could be forming soon on a buy the dip setup. Now for MicroStrategy, let's see, what is the last that I had? We had an Elliott wave here. This would look better on the log chart because the wave 1 doesn't appreciate, correct? But it does seem that, wow, when was the top for MicroStrategy? 1 year. MicroStrategy has been correcting for 1 year. And I do think, well, let me see once. Okay. Weekly RSI, we are at oversold levels. We are at oversold levels on the weekly RSI. We're breaking below an important trend line that would be bearish. The bullish signal would be where the weekly RSI. This does look like an ABC correction, but let me recount the waves and let me see if it would be correct. This would have to, for it to be an ABC correction, it would have to be 5 waves lower. It could be. It could be an ABC correction. The subdivision is not that clear, but we do have a 1, 2, and a 3 here. Let's actually, if we do an extension on the Fibonacci, where would be the 1, the 1.6? 1.6 would be negative. I do think maybe we could even go to 145, but that's down. That's very, that's lower. So if we actually draw here a support trend line, that would be here. I would say I wouldn't try to catch a falling knife on MicroStrategy, but I would say that while we remain below 230, it still remains risk off. Potential bullish signals, all right? Potential bullish signals, not yet, but if we could see them, that would be a bullish signal. I would like to see if maybe we can have a bullish divergence on the RSI. So let's say the RSI hits a bit oversold here. MicroStrategy kind of has a bounce, retests resistance here, rejects and makes a lower low in price action, but a higher low on the RSI indicator. That would actually be buying. That would be a buying signal on a bullish divergence on the weekly RSI. But still, according to price action, while we remain below the 230s, 240s, it still seems risk off. If looking to buy MicroStrategy, I would wait until we get into the buy zone, which would kind of be recovery. So For MicroStrategy, I rather be a bit more late than try to be early and potentially wrong. Let's see if we have another. Let me see if we have other requests here. But yes, the problem with MicroStrategy is that Bitcoin has not been correcting for 1 year, and kind of MicroStrategy, it's like we kind of view it like a mirror trade to Bitcoin, but in reality, Bitcoin is completely outperforming MicroStrategy. And well, we are a bit with time. Let's see if we can quickly show one more. And okay, this one is going to be a high risk trade, but I would like to quickly 2 minutes show it just in case anyone would like to look at it. I got it under my radar and I'm giving it a bit of a thought, I have to be honest, to Super Microcomputer. For Super Microcomputer, looks like we have a pennant pattern forming somewhere around 34. We don't have a bullish divergence. Also, what I don't like, if we want to be objective, is that I would have liked a rally from oversold into overbought. That was not the case. But if we start seeing a breakout on the momentum indicator for Super Microcomputer here, that could be an early bullish signal that we are actually going for this breakout. So how to play Super Microcomputer? Right now, it's a bit of a falling knife. But if we start bouncing, consolidating, and the market rebounds, all right, if the market starts a rebound here, and we break out on the trend line from the RSI indicator, I would consider that an early signal that Super Micro would be ready to have a bullish breakout from its consolidation pattern, this pennant pattern here. I do like the volume. We do have some, yes, we did have some volume on the selling, but then we did have some important volume on the lows here. So I do think this, oh, I'm sorry. I do think this kind of resembles a bit a stage one accumulation. I do think Supermicro could be going through a potential accumulation. If we break below basically today's lows at 33, then the pennant pattern would have a bearish breakdown and the trade setup would get invalidated. So rather than trying to buy a falling knife, I think this would be a good swing trade. If we break out on the indicator, that would be letting us know we could be breaking out on the pennant pattern as well. So that would be all for today, as we have run out of time. I hope this was a nice session. Overall summary, I do think the market could go a bit through a correction. We could continue a bit this pullback. I don't think this is going to turn into a big market crash, as some stocks are still showing important bullish structures on the weekly time frame, important stocks. So I do think this is a buy the dip setup, even though we might see a bit more downside maybe next week, 2-3 weeks, maybe through November. I do think this would be a dip buying opportunity and that we would be continuing the bull market. Of course, if we start breaking below support and the charts break down, then we have to remain objective and we have to realize that the bullish structures are getting invalidated and the market could be going risk off on a longer term structure. So far, I do think this is a correction within a bull market, which would be a buying opportunity, a dip buying opportunity. Thank you to everyone. I hope we all have a great weekend, and let's see what the market brings us 2 weeks from here. Good luck, everyone. Thanks. And thank you.